XboxEra podcast is brought to you by executive producers Top, Torn Raptor, Lawpel, and Jordan White.
Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 193 of the XboxEra podcast. I'm your host, Sticky Mechanico, and you're watching XboxEra, the best Xbox community on the internet. I'm joined, as per usual, by Special Nick.
What's going on?
And Jesse JJSJJBC Norris.
Jeez.
Hello.
Jeez.
Hi. Oh, geez. Yes, geez, not like geese from Fatal Fury.
Yes.
Yeah, geese.
From King of
I'm
Fighters or whatever.
Yeah, from like, from SNK shit. I'm geese. I'm his ugly fat brother who can't fight for shit. Compared to him.
Now, if you're listening on audio later after the fact, if you're watching us live on YouTube, hi chat. But if you're listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or your podcast service of choice, you may have heard a new intro. So there's going to be a bit of a brand refresh the first month. So you'll see some new updated iconography.
Like the new logo that's not actually right now on the podcast.
It's not. No, it's coming in bits and bobs. Pre-Drag's a busy guy, right? And he's
if you have it, I can put it there.
I don't have it. I don't have it
as a transparent JPG either, or PNG rather. But yeah, like, let us know what you think. Like, it's short, it's sweet. We're trying to shrink things down a little bit more agile. You'll see the basic premise is this, and let me explain. When we started, we wanted everyone to know. I mean, the name is a bit of a giveaway, right? XboxEra. I wonder what these guys talk about. But we relied a lot on lots of Microsoft colors and iconography and IP to help get our name out there. And we're now at the point where, we're 5 years in, the big boy pants are on. I think we're big enough and ugly enough to kind of stand on our own brand. So Pre-Drag's reimagining all of our little bits and pieces. So we'd love to know what you think. But yeah, there you go. I think I like it. It reminds me of Saved by the Bell or like an 80s, 90s.
I like the new intro. The new intro is cool.
It's cool. Yeah, it's another week. Here we are again. How's everyone?
Yeah, it's another week. It's the first week of the new year.
I know. And it's already carnage out there.
And it's already all gone to hell.
I can't believe Xbox's messaging is so bad where they don't even say something, and yet it's their fault that people are losing their minds.
Man, it's so awful. And do you know what? Like, are there podcasts for like publishers like EA? Is there like an EA podcast or a Ubisoft podcast? Like, because if they're going third party, we've got to rethink this whole thing.
We do. John's camera is very zoomed in, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's because it says scheduled. So I can show you. I had to cut it off because if I go up there and then it just shows scheduled for some reason because I'm not full screen like I used to. So I kind of had to.
Right.
Undo
I can fix things. I can.
Yeah, if you zoom yourself out a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you
look fine.
Let me take care of that for you. I'm here to help. Boop.
But yeah, the internet has been losing their gosh darn minds, and it's kind of sounded a bit like this.
Xbox, why? How could you? How could you? Oh yeah.
I hate you. Xbox is like sand; it just gets everywhere. It's rough and coarse, and I hate it.
Yeah. Are we supposed to look like Ben Starr?
We're very bright. I think you've turned HDR on by accident, bro.
Whoops. There we go. I don't know why that happened.
I was wondering why we all look like Ben Starr with the big
that
lights
just changed
in our
when I
faces.
changed it. I have no idea why that did that. I don't know how to change that. It's nothing I did. It's just OBS being shit.
Oh no!
Really?
We can't turn that off.
So that's it.
I
now
don't know
we're
what
just
that is.
Ben Starr for
It's
the rest
not
of the
HDR.
episode.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. Force SDR.
Weird.
Okay. Oh, forcing SDR.
Weird.
Okay, it wants to show you an HDR. All right, there we go. That fixes it. Bam.
Okay.
Hey. For some reason, Force SDR right now is completely messing everything
Oh man, it's really washed out
Oh,
now
okay.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking a little bit washed out's probably better than the full spotlight thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
Weird.
yeah,
Weird. Hi everyone. Interesting start to the show. But there you go.
yeah,
Happy 2024.
Yeah. Happy New Year, everybody. I hope you've all
yes.
had
Happy New Year.
feeling rested and ready to get back to it, back to the
Yeah.
grindstone of working life and all of that really awful stuff.
I know.
Before
I've
we
already
get
done
into
2
the show-
reviews. Right into
I
it.
know. We better even start there. Before we get into the show, let's talk about what we've been playing, because
Okay.
but equally at the same time we can't really talk about too much because we've all been
We
playing.
can say it, and you can say nothing else. I can talk about the preview I did.
Oh, well, we'll let you do
Yeah.
that, and we'll just nod.
Mhm.
We've all been playing.
I've been I've been on a Metroidvania bent, and one of those Metroidvanias is Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown.
Yeah.
But I have no opinion whatsoever on
Until
Prince of
next
Persia: The Lost
Thursday,
Crown. I have
January 11th at 12 p.m. Eastern
Yeah.
Standard Time. We're allowed to say it.
I would say
Yes.
that. However, we could all agree that our opinion is pretty uniform across the board.
probably, and I loved Jesse's preview, and I loved everything I've seen in the previews and videos of
You've been
Prince of
saying that
Persia:
for a
The
while.
Lost
There's
Crown.
no new information
Yes,
there.
it's-
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
no,
It
yeah, it's just repeating already repeated
Yeah.
info.
Plays off. God damn
it looks
There we go.
super fantastic. Everything I've seen so far.
Mhm.
It looks like a game I will thoroughly enjoy based
It's
on
up
the
your
preview.
alley. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
very
looks,
much so.
it looks really meaty.
It does.
Yeah, they talked about in the
just the
preview
kind of thing I
period
like.
where they estimated it would be 20 to 25 hours for a full playthrough. Was their
That's
estimation.
really interesting information.
Dead set.
And people are going to get to play
Man.
this game on the 11th as they put out a demo for it, which is why the embargo is that day.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's
I saw that.
really
I saw
cool.
that there was a demo.
Do we
Mhm.
know if progress carries over?
No idea.
That would be
Okay.
that would be annoying
Probably
if it didn't.
would be a guess.
I'd hope
A
so.
total guess, because lately it has been like it did with RoboCop and some other games I played early on in demos, and of course it broke RoboCop horribly, so I had to redo the game anyways. But still, yes. But so from when I did the preview of Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, pretty much got up to the first main boss, who's this big ass manticore. And from that point on,
the ball with the scorpion tail, right?
yeah, they accidentally let me
Manticore,
play
yeah.
another hour, and I wasn't supposed to, so I won't talk about any of that. So up to the manticore with the scorpion tail, it's pretty. It starts feeling a little basic. You've got X for your main attack. You can hold it to do a couple of different charge moves. If you hold up or down, you can try and kick people up in the air, do different things. Like you can change it around. Y becomes a bow and a chakram, which is really cool. For puzzle stuff, like pretty much every ability you get has a dual purpose of being really useful in both combat and platforming. And in those first couple hours, they fed it to you really well. So as long as that keeps up, it's definitely like it's a solid. They get why this action platformer genre with ability unlocks to let you go further is so damn popular. The Metroidvania, like why do people like it? It's that power ramp. It has to feel good. Looking good, sounding good, having a good story is all good, but it has to have great gameplay and really good progression. And it felt good early on, so we'll let everyone know next week if it kept that going.
Yeah. Tune in. I believe the premiere is already set. You've already. You've
And
already
I
set
made a
the
trailer
premiere
for it.
up.
I made the trailer using, so when I was doing the preview, we were just sat on the main menu for a while, and they sent me that file, and so I had that music. So I used that music, and I used my preview footage for the trailer in case anyone opens it up and looks at it.
Yeah. It's cool. Cool to see.
Yeah, it does look really good based on the preview.
Based on
It's
that.
it's a good way to
want-
go for this type of game.
It's nice to see
I
the
just
Prince of Persia returning to his roots.
I just love these kinds of Metroidvanias. I just love them like so much. There's such.
Yeah, Dread
good
was your game
games.
of the year when it came out.
Metroid Dread was my 2021 game of the year.
I think
Ori
2.
Ori 2
ours.
was my game of the year. I think actually was Ori 2 my game of the year in 2020?
It was.
I think it was.
Yeah,
I
you
think
were
it
like
was.
9.5 on that one. So
Um,
and you don't normally go that high,
yeah,
except for all the time lately. You're Alan Wake.
Yeah,
Give
I
it a
don't
10.
normally. Alan Wake, yeah, Metroidvanias are just
They're one of my favorites. If you did you ever play SteamWorld Dig 2?
No.
One of the best games of last generation for me. Truly fantastic
Okay.
one of these.
Yeah, Jeff Grubb recommended that to me when he was on.
Mhm.
He said I should
Oh,
go
yeah.
check that out. It's on the
Fantastic
list.
game.
So as outside of that we can't talk about, you guys been playing anything else?
Yes, I've been playing another Metroidvania, which I did not actually know was a Metroidvania, which is Disney's Illusion Island on Nintendo Switch. It was on sale for $40, so I grabbed it. You know the one by Delilah that made Battletoads. It's the Mickey Mouse game from them. And I didn't know. I just thought it was a platformer. So I feel like the marketing did a little bit of a disservice to that game because it's funny how I'm playing two Metroidvanias without realizing two Metroidvanias, but Disney Illusion Island is like a baby's first Metroidvania. It's like the perfect game to give to someone. It's a perfect game to give to someone to introduce them to Metroidvanias if they're not really into games and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really chill. It's got a God mode, which I have not turned on for this game. There's no combat, which strangely you don't notice that much. So I don't know if that means the game's been designed really well, that you don't even really notice that much that there's no combat in it, because I assume, Disney didn't want Mickey Mouse killing things.
Yeah.
So there's no actual combat in this game. Whenever you see an enemy, you have to dodge the enemies. You have to jump over them or get around them or whatever. But oddly, I just didn't take notice of that fact. But it's good, like visually, just like Battletoads. It's got the exact same visual style as Battletoads, and it's a perfectly pretty game. But it is, as you can see from Jesse's footage, like it is a full-blown Metroidvania. Like with power-ups, you got to find the powers, and you got to collect this, and you got to unlock paths and go back and backtrack. It is, but I don't recall the marketing indicating that this was a Metroidvania.
It was very heavily marketed as co-op.
Look like a straight up,
like Rayman.
Yes, like a co-op platformer, and I'm like, so that's what I was expecting to be playing, and then I'm discovering within about 5 minutes, I'm like, holy crap, this is a straight up Metroidvania, and I did not know that. So, yeah, that's what I've been playing alongside Prince of Persia. So I've been playing nothing but Metroidvanias this week. And the funny part is, at two ends of the spectrum. One is the hardcore gamers Metroidvania. The other is baby's first Metroidvania. But it's a pretty good game. I don't mind it. Like, it's not one of the greatest Metroidvanias ever made or anything, but it's a perfectly good game, and I reckon a good one to introduce people to the genre, because it's nice and chill, it's simple, I'm enjoying it. If you've got a Switch, give it a go. Does the game, I'm seeing Froggy T, right, does the game have a story? I think so. I've been skipping the cutscenes.
My God.
It's a Mickey Mouse. I tried taking a screenshot and then sending it to my phone, but the Switch, it's annoying, because that's the one thing I like that the PlayStation and Xbox apps do better. The screenshots just upload straight to those apps, and I can at least download those screenshots.
Yeah.
Can't do that on the Switch.
It's a Castle Troid, Tom.
What type of game is it, Nick?
Metroidvania. What?
Got him.
Sorry, I just
Read the
saw
chat.
Tom Henderson was in the chat saying, if you say Metroidvania one more time, I'm going to lose it.
Did I say it that many times? I didn't even notice I said it that many times. But yes, it's a very good game. So if you have a Switch, check it out. It's on sale, I think, still.
Nice. I had a bit of a surprise today. I was out getting the kids got some Christmas money, so we were at Smith's toy store, and Jacob was deliberating on what to buy. He ended up buying like a Minecraft electronic watch thing with some whatever. But the ring doorbell went, and I was like, "Oh, who's that?" And it was a postie delivering a package. I was like, "I'll be home in 5, mate, but can you just chuck it in the yellow box, which is like my recycling box down the side?" And I got back, and it wasn't there. I was like, "Oh no, what's he done with it?" So I went in the back garden and checked down the side of the house, and he's thrown it over the gate. And I didn't know what it was. And it turned out Facebook or Meta had sent me a Quest 3 to check out, which was super neat and nice of them.
Oh, wow.
So I've been playing with that this afternoon. I had a Quest. I had an Oculus Rift back in the day, the first OG. I had a Quest 1, which was an improvement in that this feels really good without a lead, but the screen wasn't the best. You could link it to the PC, you can still play. This is nuts. Like
it's cool, isn't it?
screen quality now is crazy, but the AR, like their augmented reality,
they call it MR. They'll yell at you. Mixed reality.
Sorry, yeah, mixed reality. So I've got a 60-foot open plan square foot lounge thing at the I've knocked down all the walls, so it's fully open. So I spent 2 minutes and I just walked around and it does this kind of like Assassin's Creed matrices all across the walls and the floor and the ceiling. I'm scanning it all, and then boom, this alien spaceship crashes through the ceiling and all the rubble goes everywhere correctly.
It's a cool game, isn't it? That one.
It's so it bugs me that there isn't more.
There's a fair amount now.
That do that.
They're starting because I was actually talking with Oculus people while doing Asgard's Wrath, and that game does have some of it. They didn't have the dev kit for mixed reality until like 6 months ago or something, for the most part. So it's getting implemented now. Like there's a Forever Bowling that I was playing on stream a couple days ago, and you can actually just set your lane in real life. So there's just a lane. It's always there, but you can see your whole house. So I had like a movie on. I was watching.
That's wicked.
While I'm
it's
just
like down your
bowling,
hallway or something.
and it's got YouTube music, so you can just play whatever you want on YouTube Music while you're playing.
wow.
And so the more and more stuff like that is getting the MR treatment, which is really cool.
HoloLens was already doing this stuff.
They never figured out this. Yeah, they never figured out the screen door effect. It was always too small, where you just had too much black bars, and it was way too expensive. Because unlike Meta, they didn't want to burn $30 billion because it's Zuckerberg's baby. So he's pulling a Tim Sweeney in the metaverse and just chucking money at it.
Yeah,
I played that Alien game because my brother's got a Meta Quest 3, so I played that Alien game. And they're bursting in through the walls.
And the more you shoot down bits of wall, and then you can see the aliens.
Yeah, so it's like your house is on the alien planet.
Clever.
It's so good the way they did it. Yeah.
It's very, very smart. And so I've re-downloaded a bunch of stuff. So I've been enjoying Beat Saber again, and everyone's been taking turns. And I found out Oculus. I keep calling it Oculus because that's what I kind of.
It's still their count is still Oculus and stuff. They use it.
Yeah, but you can go to like oculus.com/casting, and so on the big TV in the lounge, I was casting the headset so that everyone else could see what was going on. And
it'll do 60 now. It looks actually good when you cast, so it's nice.
Well, it was very choppy still, so I don't know.
If what you're casting it to is wireless, then it can be a problem. If it's wired in, it's fine. No, it's like my computer works really well. But yeah, also I would recommend staying with the square. Don't try and widescreen it because you lose like most of the up and down. Widescreen it.
Yeah, but I'm very, very impressed thus far. Like, and it's a very sleek, very light piece of kit. I'm very glad it survived being thrown over the fence.
They pack it well,
and yeah, it was nice packaging. So I look forward to getting stuck in with it a bit more.
How do I get one from Meta?
Ask
Meta
really
Australia.
Nicely.
Yeah, is there a Meta Australia?
Well, let's find out. But they also gifted, I think it's a standard thing with all Quest 3s now, is that it comes with Asgard's Wrath 2, and obviously Jesse raved about that game, so that's downloaded. Looking forward to playing some more VR. And Jesse, you know what? I've installed Half-Life Alyx.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I've installed Virtual
It's
Desktop.
one of the best games
I
ever
will-
made, so it's definitely worth it. Put it on easy. There's one section where it's
Okay.
scary with Jeff, and if Jeff sees you, he kills you. Outside of that section,
well, that's-
it's not a scary game.
Yeah, but things jump at you. I don't.
No, the
handle
little head
it
crabs
well.
do, but on easy, you just go fuck off. A couple
They
shots
look
and
like
they're gone.
spiders. But yeah, so that's the other thing I've been playing. And aside from that, I've been playing a lot of Monopoly Deal, which if you've got
Ooh.
family and friends and you like a bit of card games, it's a solid game to play.
I have family. I don't have
yes,
any
yeah.
friends.
Well, you got us. We're your friends, buddy.
People I want to call friends. I mean, what?
Buddy? Pal. Have you been playing
Whoa.
anything else, Jesse, or just?
One thing, because obviously it was like two days straight on Prince of Persia before doing that review. I played Quake. Oh, I wrote 3. Quake 4 for the first time ever. I'd never played it before. I played a lot of Quake 3.
Nice.
It's on Game Pass for PC because Bethesda had publishing rights there, unlike on console where it's Activision, funnily enough. So hopefully that one shows up on Game Pass console this year and back compat along with a bunch of others. But I never played it before. It's very pretty. Like it definitely holds up in the looks for how old it is. It was like 2005, and playing it maxed out at 4K on PC. Pretty impressive. It is very basic. So I'm curious where they go. Like they had ideas, and then they'd reuse them a lot. So like a lot of times you go to a place, see someone, escort them back to where you were. Then you go there and maybe you escort someone else, or you do a very quick mission, vehicle mission or something. It's fun. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I'll probably end up finishing it on stream. It'll definitely, I think, anyone that's just looking for a good, dumb, fun, decently challenging, if you want it to be, obviously it's got difficulty levels, old school style first person shooter. It holds up decently well. It was it was trying to be like big and bombastic like Call of Duty in a way. So it's a little cringy with the dialogue and the voice acting, but I was enjoying it quite a bit. I have no idea how it feels or looks on console, but we'll probably see later in the year. That's definitely one worth checking out if you have any decent PC. It'll definitely run there.
Nice.
That's it. Other than Prince of Persia, which I can't say anything else about.
Cool.
Yep. So, okay, before we get into the news of the week, a friendly reminder to everybody watching right now, please hit that like button. It really helps us out. It makes us feel good. It actually, we have it hooked in and it just gives us more dopamine every time you do it. So,
I thought the way you were looking down and pointing, I really thought you were talking like, and it's hooked up to our milking machines that's on us. And every time you hit a like, it moves back and then forth.
Well, it's because you've got a very, very weird mind.
The hand gesture you were making while looking down, I was like, what the fuck?
No, you're just perverse. What else? So this week on XboxEra, we did quite a few things. So the return of Day One, which is doing very, very well.
These numbers are crazy. I don't know why.
So if you're unaware, dear user, if you check out day1.xboxera.com, you can have access to a very, very nifty Game Pass application, which you can track what you play, you can rate it, you can have a look at what's coming next, all of that jazz. It's worth checking out.
The name also got us yelled at because someone's like, none of these games released were Day One. I'm like, no, it's the name of our Game Pass site. Because I put Day One at the end of the video. Yeah, and it says it on the thumbnail. He's like, these aren't Day One. Resident Evil 2 has been out for years. I'm like, no. I get it, but no.
Some people get really silly about stuff like that. And we also did you obviously got the review of Close to the Sun, but we also had what to expect from Xbox in 2024, which is available. Go check out the video. There's an article on the site. And alongside that, we launched another new feature for XboxEra.com, which is the Xbox Roadmap. Now, this is going to evolve. So this is the first start. But we really wanted to set the stage and kind of provide, again, as an Xbox focused publication and creation team, a resource for the community. So we plan to keep this regularly updated with everything that's announced, when it's coming, the dates, what you can find out about it, who's developing it. And as we enhance this section of the site, it's going to be kind of, if you guys cast your minds back, we did a long while ago, back when Microsoft only had like 15 first-party teams or something crazy. We did a world tour video where we went around and showed you where all of them were and talked about what they might be working on. We are working on the new edition of that now that Activision Blizzard King has closed. But this is kind of going to be an online homage to that tour guide video. So you'll be able to eventually click on Xbox Game Studios, see all of those first-party teams. You can go into it. You'll be able to see the latest news for those first-party teams from XboxEra, what they've worked on, what might be coming next. Same for Activision, same for Bethesda, and so on and so on. So, yeah, we're really pleased to get it off the ground. We hope you guys all like it. Let us know what you think. We're obviously listening to improvements. So drop a note in the forums or on our Discord or right here in the chat. I think that's about it. We can get into the news now.
And we can say thank you to Torn Raptor for joining the XboxEra YouTube channel. Thank you, Torn Raptor.
Torn Raptor's already a Patreon executive producer. I mean, this man is he's just showing us the love in every way, shape, and form. And we've got to give a shout out. We've had a load of new patrons recently, including another new executive producer.
Yes.
So we have four.
When did I don't know when Jordan White became an executive producer.
I think
I don't know when that happened.
I'm pretty sure it's recent.
Yeah, I didn't get a notification until like Jesse pinged me. Was like, hey, I was like, whoa, that's cool. If you want to support XboxEra on Patreon, you can do so by heading to patreon.com/XboxEra. It really does help us out in ways you can't possibly imagine. And we're actually planning to bring even more value to our patrons as this year progresses. So keep an eye on it and do consider it. You know, if you spend any time on our forums, on our website, watching us every week, you know, for the cost of a cup of coffee, really appreciate it.
And you know what costs more than a cup of coffee?
What does cost more than a cup of coffee? But surely you can make a saving somehow.
Yep, because the bag you get is pretty big. So the value still ends up being quite good if you go to www.drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra. Look how, can you see the moistness on the outside because the milk is so cold?
Say that word again.
Yeah, because it's hot here at the moment, and I've poured cold milk into this, so it's just sweating.
Science.
Get
Science,
yourself some delicious
Science.
Control Fruity Flakes or Apple Smacks or Cinnamon Toast. I think we're getting Banana Split in Australia finally.
Ooh, it's
I'd
good.
really like to give that a
It's
try.
not too
Yeah, I'd
strong of a
really like to
banana.
give that.
It's a good one.
Everyone loves a strong banana though.
Yeah.
But yes.
Better than a
Anyway,
mushy.
make sure to get
Where it is.
yourself some Control.
Anyways, let's talk about the news. And yes, just to set the stage, we're going to talk through the news. We're going to talk about what we actually think beyond the article that we posted earlier this week about what Xbox is going to do in 2024. Yes, we're going to talk about the giant elephant in the room that everybody's fucking throwing their toys out.
Elephant in the rumor.
A rumor, yeah, it's a better way of putting it. We're going to go all through these things. But first of all, let's all hand a big round of applause to Starfield, who finally won an award for the most innovative gameplay award via Steam.
Well,
Which it's probably a bit of a troll vote, really.
yes, was that a troll vote? Because Red Dead Redemption Online won the award for like best supported online game or something, and that game hasn't been updated for like 2 years.
A labor of love.
I suspect that a lot of these votes were troll votes, I
But
think.
a lot of them,
even-
like if you look at the other games it was nominated against, it probably should win compared to them. It's just, it felt like they just went for things that people would laugh at in that category a lot.
Yeah, I love the actual description for Red Dead Redemption 2. This game's been out for a while. The team is well past the debut of their creative baby, but being the good parents they are, these devs continue to nurture and support their creation. This game to this day is still getting new content after all these years.
That's right, and it's not.
Oh dear, that is funny.
So, because I saw the Starfield Twitter account tweeted out,
they
Yeah,
did
they don't
like,
care.
oh,
We
we
won.
chuffed.
we won an award, and I'm like, I don't.
The people that aren't
think-
tapped in like us are just going to go, oh, cool, they won an award. So they're playing to the majority
Yeah.
who won't get that.
Yeah,
Very funny. Yeah.
it is.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind Bethesda. It's still a great game. All right. Let's just all just.
You're allowed
call
to
it
say
quits.
that?
Apparently so. You know,
Shit.
I loved reading lots of other like previews of 2024 with everyone going, well, after Redfall and Starfield being controversial or a mixed release, and I'm like, what? Like what? Like one site,
Like mixed
like
releases
one
are
big
like
site.
mixed releases are in the 70s or lower generally.
It's
Like
so
you hit the
silly.
80s,
Mm.
you can call it a hotly debated release because there are very loud people trying to say they hate it, and then there are other people just being like, yeah, I really enjoyed it, and then most people just move on when they enjoyed something, played 250 hours. But you've got the people that go with the flow and they want to be a part of the zeitgeist in the current loud conversation, and
Yeah.
after 800 hours they put up a negative Steam review because they know it will get 60,000 upvotes. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
I-
like they love it while they're playing it, and then they step outside and see everyone hating it and go, "Oh,
It's
maybe I
terrible.
did. Maybe I didn't like this game after all."
The 897 hour review was very funny. Don't recommend. Terrible game.
No,
Why did I spend this many
Shocking.
hours? I did see
Shocking.
someone in the chat saying what game could be more deserving of most innovative. I would actually, if I was going to give it that award to a game, it would probably be something like maybe Cocoon or Viewfinder. I think was very innovative. in its
Viewfinder. That
approach.
Viewfinder game.
Viewfinder
looks great.
was fun for a bit, but it never expanded enough.
Yeah.
I played a lot of it. It was okay. It was a really cool concept that needed a little more.
Mm.
Yeah, but stuff like that. But yeah, there you go.
We have a super chat. if
We
you
got a
wanna
super
do it.
chat.
Yeah.
We do have a super chat from
the
Muhammad
generous-
Perez, who's
Yeah.
who's finally giving us one during the show, so we can acknowledge it.
He gives them to me a
live.
lot during Coffee with Cabeza. He's awesome.
Oh,
He's a
does he?
lovely guy.
Oh, that's good. Maybe I should start streaming. Imagine that then. Oof.
The carnage.
I should start streaming Rocket League in an instructional way. Maybe that could be my point of difference.
We have
I'm
a-
actually
We have a
teaching-
Twitch channel
So-
you can hit whenever you feel like.
So I'm actually teaching people how to play real sport at the same time because I was quite good at real soccer, and I apply those principles to Rocket League. Anyway, hi John, Jesse, and the lovely Nick. I'm running out of adjectives. That's okay. You can
Start
use
using
the same
other
ones
languages.
over and over. No one gets tired of hearing nice things about themselves. Question: are Steam reviews a good barometer for the quality of a game?
Sometimes.
Uh,
Often not. Other times, absolutely.
yeah.
It all depends. I feel like it depends on how the system is set up. Isn't Steam's player review system set up so you have to have logged a certain number of hours?
No,
before
you just
can
have
review?
to own it, essentially. I've seen people with like 0.3 hours
Oh, really?
played. It's the same as Xbox. As long as you own it, you can do a review.
Okay.
generally.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe they need to like change it.
Some games
To
might
like-
have a setting, like you have to have played this much, but I've seen others that are very short on how much they played.
Yeah. Like I think
Okay.
generally, you know, there can be consensus out there and they're useful, but they're not always useful. Like review bombing is a thing. So, you know, you
Yes,
you
it
just
is.
got to take in all the factors from across the board and make decisions based off of that and just take the feedback and carry on trucking, I guess, you know? Like
Keep on trucking. Carry on trucking. Is that the British equivalent of keep on trucking?
Carry
yeah,
on
it's a-
lorrying.
Carry on trucking. Proceed to truck.
No, I think we would still say keep on trucking, maybe. I don't think we would
Okay.
say. But yeah.
Now, John, I think for audio listeners who are going to yell at me, you're a little low and Nick's a little loud. So if you can both
Oh.
do the tiniest
Am
tweak.
I?
It's when you get into it, Nick.
I'm normally
you don't have
quiet.
to move anything. But if you move to your mic, you jump in volume when you're right in front of it.
Oh.
Do I?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Mike, that's why I'm always here, and I've got this here, so I'm like, I will just talk to this because then it's consistent.
Okay.
Okay.
I will just talk to this like this.
You know what I'm going to do? Maybe I need to
Slow,
get those
slow.
wireless Rode mics and then just pin it here, and then I can do whatever I want. I can move around everywhere, and it doesn't
And
matter.
it'll rub on your shirt, and everyone will be like, ah.
Nah, I think they're designed better than that.
Yeah.
Lamingo Da said Bethesda shot themselves in the foot trying to tell the Satisfyer players why they were wrong. It's actually a very common thing. They just did do a very bad job at what a lot, if not most, publishers are doing on Steam. So it's a I agree it was done poorly. So whatever intern they probably had doing that for minimum wage didn't think things through. But it is a very normal thing, which people didn't seem to understand.
I do wonder, and I do want to move off the stuff because like Starfield has just been talked about to death.
The most talked about game of 2023.
Yeah, go figure. I do wonder. I think that it blows my mind, right? Like, and I've said this before on this show. If the reason the game has loading screens and the reason the game is what it is because of Bethesda's design and the fact that you can pick up everything and stuff stays where it is and all of that stuff, right?
There's a post.
That's a core element.
No Sodium Starfield, which is one of the only places you can talk about that game normally. There's a post of someone going back 10 years ago and going over Skyrim's launch. And a few months after Skyrim's launch, that game was lambasted and hated online for like 6 months until mods really took off, and then it became beloved. Like it happened with Oblivion, it happened with Fallout 4, happened with Fallout 3. People look back at Fallout 3, that was the best one. Yeah, but people hated it because it's Bethesda making a Fallout game. It's not their franchise. That was Interplay or whatever. Why are they doing that? So it's every game they've put out for Bethesda Game Studios has gone through this cycle. Fallout 76 was half theirs, half Austin and different because it wasn't their big single player thing. But you go back to pretty much every big single player game they've done, and they have been loved at launch, I hated a little after launch, loved a year or so later.
Once the mods launch. Yeah, I just think that if people think space, they think exploration, but they think seamless. And if that seamless exploration had been there, like that was the number one complaint, right? Even as someone who enjoyed it, loading screens did get tiresome, right? It's just a fact of life. Now you can separate the understanding of the game engine, what it's trying to do, from
there are people that have modded out the loading screens, and it's almost instant. Like it actually is. There's a second or two of loading for any decent rig. I just think for them it was something to tackle later, because also what's going to be out there to look for if it's a realistic, because there's no light speed travel in the game.
No, exactly.
There's only folding. That's literally there's only a loading screen version of fast travel in that universe. So,
but seamless sounds great on paper, but the reality is it's fucking boring. And like as soon as you're in those kind of games, you just fast travel everywhere anyway. So it's just like I just don't understand that. It's not
one of the best parts of No Man's Sky is when you unlock all the teleporters on your bases and can just jump everywhere.
Anyway, let's shut up about Starfield. Mickey Mouse is now in the public domain. And amusingly, there's
a version of Mickey Mouse.
Steamboat
Willie. The Steamboat Willie.
He's not.
One.
So he was Mickey Mouse in that. Yeah, but it was the name of the shorts. People are like, no, he's not Mickey Mouse. He's Steamboat Willie. No, it's Mickey Mouse in Steamboat Willie. Bitches.
Yeah. But yeah, that version of Mickey is now available. There's
a mini in there too.
Yeah, there's just basically.
How does that work? I never understood how that whole public domain. Like, does Disney
different every
not
country.
own Mickey Mouse?
They do, but the copyright runs out, and then they don't own him anymore. So it's either.
But why does it run out? Why don't they renew it?
The law is from 70 years after the death of the creator, or 90 years after its creation at all. That is copyright in the United States. Everything eventually is open.
Really?
Yeah, it's like that in pretty much every country. There's not eternal copyright.
Wow.
There's a similar thing. So, for example, sellotape or Xerox, right? If the word becomes synonymous with all versions of photocopying or all versions of sellotaping. Like you don't pick up tape. There is a brand called Sellotape, right? But you could buy any old knockoff tape. You'll still call it sellotape, right? And immediately, like, well, you're at risk of losing that brand because it becomes synonymous with the thing.
Okay.
That's why, like, I think there was something to do with Hoover. Hoover was a brand.
Yeah,
Everyone called it a Hoover. So it just kind of lost itself. So there are companies that
Like,
face that challenge.
Dumpster is another one. Like that was a brand
Yeah.
of waste disposal item, was a dumpster. Now that's just what people call it.
Yeah.
It's just synonymous. It's weird.
We
but
have that. We have that with Breville. We have that with Breville. A lot of people I know down here call any sandwich press a Breville,
Yes, yeah.
but they're not. They're actually called like Jaffles or whatever the hell they're called. But Breville makes one, and that's interesting. I didn't know that, but anyway.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about Mickey Mouse on this show anyway?
Well,
Because-
it's just amusing because they made there's already a bunch of like ridiculous Mickey Mouse horror themed
Movies
nightmare
and
film
games.
games.
Yeah. There was one called Extermination 88, which people got
Yeah.
really upset at because 88 is obviously a neo-Nazi thing.
Yeah, it's
Um,
Nazi things.
But
So
I
they've
didn't know
changed
that
it.
until
Yeah.
I know, but like, I did see that on Twitter, and I'm like, how do people know this stuff? I would have seen Infestation 88 and just thought nothing of it.
Yeah.
So there was a bunch of things about it. It's about gassing rats, which
Yes.
also a common occurrence during that time period was to show Jewish people with rat-like features. They were obviously a lot of them killed
Yeah.
through gassing. And 88 is HH, or the Heil Hitler.
Yes.
So like there's a
Yes.
bunch of things. So it could all just be a weird random occurrence. Don't know. They've immediately changed it and said
They
it wasn't
immediately changed
intentional and
the
stuff.
name,
So yeah. Also, Mickey Mouse is a dickhead in this friggin' movie. He sucks. He just beats the shit out of animals, and man, he's a maniac.
It's a very, very weird thing.
But yes,
But yeah,
there's
there you go. Expect more weird.
Why does it
video
always
game
have to
things.
be horror? It's always
It's
horror.
easy. It's an easy
It's
genre.
the same as like Thomas the Tank Engine, like seeing him in mods as like the thing chasing you
yeah.
in Resident Evil. Like
Yeah.
there is something deeply unnerving. If you ever watch the OG Thomas the Tank Engine show, like there's an episode where one of the trains is scared of the rain because it will rust his thing.
The OG, is there a newer one?
Yeah,
Mhm.
they
There's done a bunch.
CG'd it all up and all sorts of things. But if you've seen the
Oh,
OG one,
really? No,
with
I used to
Ringo's-
watch the OG one.
yeah, Ringo Starr narrating and all of that.
Mm.
There was an episode where one of the trains, I think it was Henry or Gordon, was scared of going out in the rain because he was going to get rust. So what does the fat controller decide to do?
What?
Lock him in the tunnel that he refuses to come out and brick it up so he can't ever come out. And he's just got an eye hole that he can see through, and that's the rest. And that was the story. And that'll teach you for not going out. It's like, what the fuck is this?
I forgot
It's-
about that episode because I used to watch
it's
Thomas the
like
Tank Engine.
It's freaky as fuck. So I understand using Thomas in horror games. It's good.
Hmm.
There you go.
Interesting.
Fun times. What else? Jack Black. I don't know about you guys. Jack Black he's got his Jablonski, whatever it is, YouTube channel he does with his kid, right? He plays
I
video
didn't know
games.
that.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel and he does play games. He's done work with Double Fine. I would love to have Jack Black on this show. Like, how good of a guest would Jack Black fucking be? He is
would.
the voice of Steve in the Minecraft
Yes,
movie.
in Minecraft.
Wow. There you go. That's
an
gonna make a lot of
interesting.
money,
That's an
that movie.
interesting choice.
Yeah, isn't Steve?
he's ambiguous.
He's not white.
Yeah.
I know that
No.
he's got whitewashed over the years, but like I think the OG character was. But yeah, let's I don't know. Whatever.
He's got
not
5
Steve.
million subs. He's got 5 million subs, Jack Black.
Yeah. It would be a cool guy to have on the show. I just love to chat to him.
Wow.
Like just have a conversation because he's like Tenacious D's. He's done a bunch of cool movies. He
seems like he
video games.
plays. It seems like he plays games.
Yeah, he's a funny guy as
Like-
well. So
Wow.
I mean, did you hear the Tenacious D song? We don't play video games no more. Have you heard that song? Video
No.
games.
No.
It's you listen to it. It's basically I don't play video games no more, except for a little bit of Red Dead Redemption 2 or a little bit of God and War, and he does the whole thing. It's a good little song. It's only like a minute and a half long, but it's a laugh. But yeah, Jack Black playing Steve in the Minecraft movie. That's going to make some serious cash. Minecraft movie,
Mhm.
right?
You,
Like
It
if
was a
we thought
rabid fan
Mario
base.
movie did well, like my son's going to go mental for a Minecraft movie. Absolutely bonkers. So,
it'll be interesting to see how well it does. I don't know if it'll do as well as Mario did.
well, did you ever play story mode? Minecraft
Of
story
what?
mode?
Minecraft?
Mm.
Oh,
On
hold on,
Netflix
Minecraft
and
Story
stuff. It
Mode.
was like choose your own adventure. So you'd be
The
watching
Telltale
it.
one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it came out on consoles as well. It's been delisted now. And it
It was
still
pretty
No, I
much. It was
did
even on
available.
Netflix. It was that literally
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
I did play the Telltale one on Xbox, yes.
Yeah, it was. My kids loved it, so they play it together and make the decisions. So if it depends, like, are they going to keep it in exactly the same blocky style without any fancy lighting and HDR and kind of like some of the cutscenes look like, or are they going to go full, CG whiz bang with it and be really stylized?
If they
but
do the
Minecraft still?
CG Lego thing where it's still Minecraft with the animation and stuff, but obviously expensive looking, I think.
Mm. Yeah. I'm looking
Well,
forward
yeah,
to seeing
it still needs to look like Minecraft.
Whoa.
Like
I can see Zill and Jester 42 in the chat. XboxEra, it's live action.
action.
Oh,
How
okay.
does
Yeah.
that work?
So Jason Momoa is live action. I don't know if it's going to be like a go to the Minecraft universe thing or what.
Oh God, that sounds terrible already. Oh
No,
no.
if Jason Momoa, if it's sort of like Who Framed Roger Rabbit,
Mhm.
where Jason Momoa is Jason Momoa, but it's in the Minecraft world and you have that look, then it might not be as bad.
Man, Who Framed Roger Rabbit is 100% an all-time classic. Not just because it's a good movie, but the way they filmed it is
It's
nuts.
good. The
Like-
behind the scenes stuff is brilliant.
Absolutely nuts what they did
Mm.
way back then, and it
Yeah.
still like holds up. Absolutely holds up today. Like it's
brilliant.
incredible still. But yeah,
So
I
does
digress.
Jessica. Jessica looks really good still too.
We'll remember pausing that scene where she gets kicked out of the car and bounces on the road, right? And you just pause your VCR. Right? I'm not alone.
But then it goes all blurry. You got the
Yeah, you
lines
got
and
the-
everything. Bloody VHS.
I'm not alone. I'm not alone in this. Don't judge me.
Oh, we have a lot
shit.
of community questions this week. I forgot to screenshot, and I am now. And holy shit.
Oh dear God. I look forward to
we?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we do too.
A lot of them are people talking to each other, but there are a lot of questions.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Other news, the Steam Deck competitor market groweth once again.
MSI.
MSI's Steam Deck competitor has leaked.
The claw.
the
Nothing can stop the claw. Nothing can stop the claw.
If they don't have a Toy Story thing of like those little
No.
dudes where they like
Jim, like
claw.
liar, Jim Carrey.
Nah, I'd go for the aliens. They're more synonymous for everybody. The claw. But anyway, the specs for the claw look
Monster.
absolutely bonkers. So how long is this thing going to stay on for?
I don't know.
Full
It's
whack?
game.
Like
It's going to have
minutes?
Game Gear level battery life. Clearly.
If it's lucky.
Swap out those AAA's batteries or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we're going to see if we can get hold of one and test it. Like, why not?
Is it my imagination, or does it just look exactly like a ROG Ally?
It's very similar.
Yeah, very similar. But as always, they do the right things and put the sticks in an asymmetric position. So thank you, MSI. And it's ABXY, not BAYX.
Only Nintendo does that.
Yeah, fuck
That's only Nintendo.
Anyway, don't get me
I don't know why they did that, but anyway.
but it looks very powerful. So very curious
Mhm.
to see.
And it's the first Intel one, which is very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yes.
So I'm
Mm.
15
intrigued.
questions.
Very, very intrigued. But this is their new Meteor Lake chip. 32 gig of memory, which is twice the amount of memory on the
Yeah.
original, or the ROG Ally. But we don't know screen size, resolution, whether it's an or OLED or anything like that. So
Mhm.
I'd be surprised if it's not 1080.
And-
yeah,
but they do have
Very
their own.
surprised.
Well, like the Go goes up to 1600p. So I would like 1200p is probably a sweet spot, depending on the size, because that's pretty big. That's like 8.8 inches on the screen. So there's on weaker games that 1600p looks real nice. But But also, this is using, I think, their Alchemist GPU cores because they actually do like full GPUs now. So it's gonna be very interesting because also they had a lot of driver issues, which they've gotten very good about, but they definitely don't have AMD's track record, and AMD doesn't have Nvidia's track record on PC gaming. So it'll be curious to see how things run on it at first.
Yeah,
because even this one
got
back
the
here,
specs.
yeah, like the Go has unbelievable hardware in it. Like the best you can get, the best USB slots, 2 of them, the little touchpad, the best AMD offers right now for CPU and GPU and anything. And even then, like just driver issues can drive you crazy if you haven't updated it out of the box. So I'm real curious what the Claw does.
Yeah. Either way, we'll see if we can get hold of one for some testing.
I have to wait for them to actually announce it before I can ask.
Yes, CES is soon, right? So expect an official announcement at some point then.
Isn't it crazy the way Nintendo has even influenced and changed the PC market?
Yeah. Well,
I feel like no one's talking about the fact that Nintendo has
tablet.
completely influenced. Nintendo has completely influenced the PC gaming market.
I think by the fact of making it a dockable console with the games.
What do you mean, Jesse? The Steam Deck exists because of the Switch. If the Switch never existed, you'd see no Steam Deck, you'd see no Lenovo Go, you'd see no ROG Ally. They would not exist.
There were already a bunch of machines like that from like IN and other companies. Like the Switch wasn't the first one. The Switch was a tablet hardware, though. It's not PC hardware. It's also very different.
No, I know.
Miniaturizing the actual PC stuff has been other companies doing that. Now the Switch might have popularized the thought.
Yeah, they've popularized the actual idea of I can take my games natively on the go with me in whatever shape and form I want, and that's something that I think is attractive to any gamer. We've long spoken about on this show how much we would kill for a Series S portable. Like, good God, Microsoft, just pull off some wizardry and make it happen. Like,
man.
My entire game.
I think they know. I think they know where it's going to be, and it's getting the smaller nanometer, so that they can keep their TDP down. Because you might be able to do it now, but it's going to be even thicker than that, and it's going to have even less battery life because it's just going to have to be. It's going to be so hot and run so fast. And
exactly, it's either they try and get the Series S portable to target that £400 price point. Right, or they go for the higher end. Yeah, you can play your Xbox games, but it's $650, or something like that, where it's more expensive than the Pro console. But give it another couple of years, I think we'll get there.
They get to subsidize it in a way that Lenovo and everyone that's not Valve does, because Valve has the cheapest one, but it's because you're mostly buying it through their store. Lenovo doesn't have a good store. MSI doesn't have a good store. ROG. Freaking Asus does not have a good store, so they're actually trying to make a little money on them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Speaking of Nintendo, Nick, you can have a little Nintendo era moment. Switch 2. An industry firm reported, as reported by Video Games Chronicle, VGC, reported that these guys had said that the Switch 2 is likely to be an iteration rather than a revolution. So
I don't think anyone was expecting any different, will it?
Well, it's because that clamshell design dock leaked and like the copyright for it, where it's like a more 3DS type,
more like
device.
A 3DS, yeah.
So people were thinking,
I'd be okay with a clamshell dual screen Switch. I'd be okay with that if that was the case.
Of shit like the original 3DS.
Yeah, I mean, I may have got a DM that gave me some information allegedly about the Switch 2, which I will not divulge here because
sport.
Just because there's so much floating around about the Switch 2. Like there is so much floating around, and so many different people are hearing so many different things that it's hard to know what's real, what's not, what's
the further for info is high. So anything is just immediately going to be leapt on and analyzed heavily. So I get it. It's just
there's also, and that's the thing. It's one of those things. Like, I'd love. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say what I was told, but I just there's too much out there that I wonder if Nintendo is putting a lot of this stuff out there themselves. to sort of
well,
muddy the waters.
It's got to be this year, right? So we'll find out either
Has
way
to be.
what's
Has to
true
be.
and what's not at some point later on, probably within the next sort of 3 months. So,
And I
Let's
reckon I'm starting to really think they're going to launch with a new Mario Kart,
Mario
which
Kart
would
9
be
or 10. Actually.
or 10. I still think that surely they'll call it 9.
Who knows?
I know what Jeff said. I know what Jeff said on our show, but I feel like Nintendo will still probably call it 9. Because
we'll find out.
Who out there considers Mario Kart World Tour Mario Kart 9?
Not me.
They just consider it the mobile iOS mobile Mario Kart. No one considers that.
I admit,
Mario
I've
Kart
never
9.
considered anything about that game. So you got me.
Mario Kart's good fun, but
Why? Have you played it?
No, I don't like Mario Kart.
you
I'm a
played
Sonic
Mario
and All-Stars
Kart 8?
Racing Transformed stan. That game's much better.
Fair.
I
Yes, I
love
played
Sonic and All Stars Racing. I love Sonic and Sega All Stars Racing as well, but that doesn't change the fact that Mario Kart 8's a fantastic kart game.
That's fine.
Lucius Augustus in the chat says Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Max Ultimate Edition. Like,
Yeah,
Hyper Fighter.
I'd still sell
Yeah,
another
Hyper
10
Turbo
million
Extreme.
copies.
yeah.
But
I'm eagerly anticipating the new Switch.
Yeah, think
I need it.
the whole industry is.
I need it to be able to run Fortnite and Rocket League at 1080-60.
That's all you want. And then you
That's
never
all
have
I
to
want.
unplug.
And if
So
it
I can
can't
play
do
those
that-
just
Oh boy.
because right now, the way I play Fortnite on the go is generally with PlayStation Remote Play. At the moment, because oh man, I don't know if you've ever played Fortnite on Switch, but Jesus Christ,
Not good, huh?
it's oh man, that and Rocket League, it's not a great experience on Switch.
My son downloaded it to his mobile on his Samsung Galaxy, and I was just like, "This is rough." But yeah, I can imagine it's not a particularly great experience. But hey ho, well maybe your dreams will
It's
come true
not.
this year. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see.
There's
There's a super chat from much earlier, which is about a topic we're going to talk about. It's from KW, and I didn't want to miss it.
okay, cool.
Jesse, only Jesse. What is your take on the Hi-Fi Rush rumor?
We'll get to it in a bit.
That in a bit. Yeah, we'll get to that.
We'll-
It's at the bottom of
we
this
will.
list. We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about that. We also have a super chat from Robert Vasquez. Yo, boys, please go see Godzilla -1. My little bro and me grew up Zilla fans. We've seen the movie 3 times. Best of 2023. That movie changed my life forever. It's apparently very, very good.
Yeah,
It's a
I
very
really wanna
good
see it.
movie with Godzilla in it. First
Yeah.
good movie with Godzilla.
Nice.
Not just a
Yes.
good Godzilla movie.
Extra.
And-
little bit of salsa.
The way you said Zilla made me think
It's-
Zillow, which is a realty app, and I was like, it'd be a weird thing
Oh,
to
is
really
it?
love looking at people trying to buy houses.
It's apparently everyone raves about it.
yeah, it's apparently really
Apparently,
good.
it's a very good movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in. Let's talk about some Xbox stuff. Game
we're allowed
Pass.
to?
Yes.
Just yeah, apparently Nintendo doesn't run the roost around here. Xbox did not take the first week of January off and gave us a Game Pass drop with
Good drop.
good drop. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, We Happy Few, Resident Evil 2, Those Who Remain, Super Mega Baseball, Hell Let Loose, Close to the Sun, and Figment, all dropping across January. I think Jesse immediately jumped on Close to the Sun because it's like a 3-4 hour.
Yeah, it showed up
first-person
before
story.
they had announced anything. So it was just it was
Yeah.
on because it was the day of the announcement drop. So I jumped
Nice.
on it, beat it in 3 hours. It's all right. I gave it a 7.2. It's very atmospheric. Cool story. If you skip the cutscenes in it, you're an idiot because this is the entire point of the game. The gameplay is not very good. It's very basic puzzle stuff and running away from monsters a few times. But solid Bioshocky vibes in the alternate history future of 1897, where Nikola
Yeah.
Tesla and Einstein and a bunch of other people have done incredible works to do crazy shit, and you're on this giant ocean liner called the Helios. Pretty,
Nice visuals.
yeah. It's
Yeah, it looks
it's
pretty
worth
enough.
playing.
The video was very dark, though. Is it as dark as that in the game, or was that
Yes,
HDR
but
messing you
obviously
around?
when it's not something you're watching online, you can see
Yeah.
everything natively. But it is a dark game.
Fair enough. But yeah, it's a solid drop to start the year. Right? Is this how they mean to go on? Let's hope so.
Well, these are the
Oh,
ones where
yeah.
no
Remake.
games are coming out, so they have to hit older mix of bigger and smaller stuff because there's just nothing new.
Yeah, definitely interested to try Those Who Remain and Figment when they arrive. Figment's next week. Those Who Remain is on January 16th. So I'll definitely check those
Been a while
out.
since we heard the name
Figment
Figment
looks
here.
interesting.
Yeah. Haven't had Figments around for quite some time. And of course, Grand Theft Auto 5 is leaving the service.
Yeah, they do their 6 months and then they're out and come back.
Yeah,
later.
it's been on for a long time though, on and off.
Yeah. Still no Activision drop yet, but look, let's see what happens.
Oh, and We Happy
later
Few
this
is
month.
back, which was interesting because that was Gearbox published, so they have to work out deals on that one, and it's nice to see it back.
Well, Gearbox published, owned by Embracer, who probably need the money considering how quickly they're firing closing studios.
Even more this.
I'm surprised they're not trying to do a deal to get like all their games onto Game Pass to get that money from Microsoft.
I didn't put it in the news, but there's already more. They fired more people. People who were told they weren't going to be fired in December, then got fired in January.
Jesus, shocking.
Resident Evil 2 is very good.
Shocking.
It is terrifying though compared to the other ones, so John won't want to play it. It's actual horror.
True story.
Pretty much.
I have downloaded Alien
Resident Evil 2
Isolation.
is good.
So
Have you?
yeah,
It's a good game.
I might. Like, if I'm gonna do it, I'll do it with the chat supporting me from behind. So I'll do it as a stream.
I've got to say, I do get really annoyed when fantastic games have stalker.
Yeah, you just don't
like
want to be chased.
I forgot. Like Resident Evil 2's got a stalker. Metroid Dread's got a stalker.
Do you ever get to kill the one in Dread, like you spoiler do get to in 2? Because that's the satisfying thing about 2. At least you do get to eventually take him out.
Do you? I can't remember.
Yeah, you blow him up with a rocket launcher. I thought.
That's right at the end of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, right at the end, but you get that satisfaction.
I don't know. I beat it a couple of times, different playthroughs, and then I eventually bought the key to unlock everything, like unlimited ammo and stuff. So I've got unlimited rocket launcher. So anytime he comes around now, I just just keep running.
Fair.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah. What else? More Xbox news.
You know what else we'd like?
What?
More likes.
Okay.
400 people watching. Come on. What's going
Nice.
on? Look.
We need to like persuade Game On Daily to not show up more often. People are coming here hoping for some spicy takes. Let's
It's in a
see
bit.
what happens. Yeah, we don't.
I will deliver.
Yeah, you will. We're not really too console worry here, guys. Sorry.
Wow,
the
just attacking. Wow.
I
Too late, John.
didn't say it. Anyway, let's talk about more Xbox stuff. The Outer Worlds 2 is obviously in development, and Tim Cain, who retired from Obsidian, is still actually giving feedback on Outer Worlds 2's levels and story. So there's development's clearly going well. It's actually a super interesting story. Like Tim Cain has a YouTube channel where he just talks to the camera and tells stories about his time in game dev, and some of them are quite interesting. So if you're intrigued on that, go and check out Cain on Games. I'll put the link in the chat. Go give him a watch. Like if you're interested in game dev, it's a difficult task, and there's a bunch of demanding, petulant children that want to play them.
I have no idea how it works.
Kudos to all game developers.
The more people can learn, the better, because it's definitely a big thing with gaming discourses. People don't actually know how it works, but there aren't really ways to learn that either. So it's tough.
But it sounds like the Outer Worlds 2, if he's playing through levels, they're in enough of a state to be taken from A to B to C.
It could even be just playing sections of levels that are ready. Like it's tough to infer too much.
That'd be a cool fall game though, if it snuck into fall.
Yeah.
Was the first game was apparently good. I never played it.
Mm-hmm. It was
Yeah, it's an
I enjoyed
RPG,
it.
so
yes, it's very much a conversation and cutscene, and if you skip them, you don't know what's going on. Game, but it was solid. I quite enjoyed the Outer Worlds. It was like it was an 8 for me, I would say, if I was to score it. Solid game.
Okay,
good fun time.
Cool.
What else? What else? What else? So I have to approach this in two different ways. So Halo is getting via Mantic a tabletop Halo game.
And
So
I
Mantic
messaged them,
Games-
and I might be getting that to check out.
Nice. So yeah, Mantic Games are bringing a Halo tabletop game out this year. It's interesting because there's a forger called Red Knobster who's also released a tabletop like style game in Forge where you can tell
Oh,
AI
really?
units where
That's
to
cool.
go, and it's remarkable that he's even managed to pull that off in any way, shape, and form that's playable. But yeah, it's interesting. It's amusing that he's been feverishly working away on that for quite some time, and then boom! Oh, by the way, there's a tabletop game coming. So they're targeting September of this year to release a Halo tabletop game. So we'll have more news on it as the year progresses. But interesting times. But lots of people into tabletop gaming nowadays. I have to admit, even I've started to love my board games a lot more. Like old days, it would be everyone brings a monitor and an Xbox and we'd all system link and play. But now system link and stuff is so rarely supported. You end up just going in and doing online lobbies against
I think
other
Baldur's
people.
Gate 3 supports it.
world.
If you were ever looking for something to play with friends, it's actually very fun in multiplayer. The one time I played it.
Yeah, I can imagine it is. Is it 4-player co-op or 2?
I think it's even more.
Wow, that's very cool.
Any player co-op.
That is pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah. There you go. Halo. More Halo stuff.
Halo.
Isn't that exciting?
There might
There's
be
a new
more.
Halo.
A
Halo
4-player
stuff.
online, 2-player split screen. Okay. People modded it on PC to do more.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's good. Glad the modders are doing the Lord's work. Biggest news drop of the week, though, here. The Xbox Series S now has a toaster.
Finally, they admitted it's a toaster. And the developers are trying to get things running on a toaster. Oh, get it?
Is that like
Get it?
them having some marketing fun, like seeing
Yes.
quotes like that? Like, ugh.
Probably.
It was like how the other one looks like
Xbox
a
fridge,
So, yeah.
the Series X fridge, and now we've got the Series S toaster.
$40 at Walmart. I tried getting a fridge to check out, and I messaged them about this toaster, but never hear back from them.
Yeah. Like, is it a good toaster? Do I want toast with an Xbox logo?
You
on it?
can
Do I
turn
want
off the
my
do.
logo.
That's
You
like
can have
just
it
be a normal toaster. That
Yeah,
looks
you
like
can have it be
Series
a
S.
normal toaster. Yeah.
Well,
You know what they look like? Looks like hot cross buns.
Ooh, we love a hot cross bun on this show.
Xbox hot cross bun.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't Xbox do hot cross buns?
They should. Maybe they will. They did a partnership with Krispy Kremes. Maybe they'll, do something organized with Christianity and
Oreo.
hot cross
They
bun
had a partnership with Oreo
promotion.
as well.
yeah, you never know. Maybe we'll see that happen. Anyway, there's
That'd
all the
be good.
general news of the week. That's pretty much it. Now we're going to get into the meat and potatoes.
There's one more.
Is that?
Yeah,
Mhm.
well, this is the two of them, isn't it? These are the two.
Oh,
meat
two.
and
I thought you were
potato
just saying the
pieces.
one.
Yeah,
one big one everyone's losing their shit on.
I'm jumbling them all together. So let's talk about 2024 and Xbox. So
Yes.
Reddit, a little Reddit post appeared. I think since then we've had it confirmed via a couple of different sources. I think every other gaming website has also somehow confirmed it. It looks like week commencing, right? So not the 14th of January, but week commencing the 14th of January, because that's a Sunday.
Mhm.
Xbox are going to have, surprise, surprise, another show.
Oh,
Rumored to
really?
be another
Dang.
developer direct.
Interesting.
Shock. I mean, we already said this in our article that released on the 1st of January. Like, it is, I guess it's one of those things that's just kind of like an open secret, right? The format of the show last time was incredible. I thought it really served all of the teams
good.
and Xbox really well. It was one of those times where it was like, oh god, this isn't cringy. Like where they've done, was it Inside Xbox, and it's like, hey,
Inside
here's a
Xbox
presenter.
being G4-ish,
Crack-wise.
like It was it was like
Yeah, it
older
didn't
dad
work.
video game coverage and not just the
It
actual
wasn't
people.
what we wanted.
This felt
It's
like
not
really
what the people wanted.
Tina Meany and her team make things feel well produced, where you can tell it's
Yeah.
corporate PR messaging, but it's the decent type that still gives you some information and doesn't feel too cringy.
Yeah.
I had said a
Uh,
few weeks ago that I'm of the firm belief that we'll get a developer direct.
Yep. And we're going to. Now, the question becomes, what are
What's
we
going
going
to
to
be
see?
there?
So to kind of set the stage a little bit, and just in case you were living under a rock and you didn't realize what Microsoft are technically confirmed to be releasing this year, here's what we know, right? We know that they, and I want to caveat this in light of the latter subject as well. At XboxEra, we acknowledge, for the most part, that Microsoft Xbox is a platform, right? They release day and date on PC, on console, and their games are available via the cloud, right? We all know that. It's been that way since 2017. Hopefully you haven't missed that meeting. So go in with that information. On that basis, yes, we're going to include games like Ara History Untold, which is a 4X civilization type game coming from Oxide Games. It's landing on PC first, not the console. Probably a very similar story here to Age of Empires 4 in that they're going to get it right there first. Then they'll look at the learnings they've had from all of the Age games coming across to console, and they'll do a console release probably a year later once they've gone through that period of learning. So that's game number one. Game number two, we know, and Twitter, the Howborn Twitter account, I think tweeted today, Nick. I think you were saying just in the show,
Like an hour before we went live, they tweeted, "See you later this year."
Yep. So we're going to have
And
Towerborn.
From a business perspective, that and Nate was like, I was surprised with the later. It just means anytime from it could be from tomorrow until December 31st. It doesn't commit to anything, which is what all good PR is. It never truly commits until they're ready.
Yeah, it's not been dated yet. I think we'll get a date, but it's not been dated yet. I played this. I played this at Gamescom 2023. It's really good, ladies and gentlemen. Like, it's really good fun. If you loved
pretty
back in the day,
too, when
very pretty. If you loved Castle Crashers back in the day, it's that, but way deeper, more customization, really good combat, like fighting game level combat in a Castle Crashers 2D. Like, so from a Streets of Rage perspective, I think you would probably very much enjoy it as well, Nick.
Okay.
4-player co-op as well, from the guys at Stoic. I actually got to chat with, I'm gonna have to go look through my notes because I've forgotten his name. It was one of the studio leads. I chatted with him about half an hour just in terms of how it's been working with Microsoft, and he's talked about like flying here, there, and everywhere, and working on the game and having fun with it. So it was in a really good spot at Gamescom. There is insider testing going on within.
Was he a
Xbox
founder
Insider.
of Stoic?
He might have been, yeah. Glasses.
Ali
brownish hair.
Jorgensen, Alex Thomas, and John Watson are the three names.
I was going to say, I think it was Alex Thomas I was speaking to. But yeah, really nice guys, really solid looking game. So yay, another fun one that I think is going to have a lot of fun. We know, according to rumor, that Avowed is on the target for this year. Again, Obsidian.
Well, it said 2024 at the June showcase, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Obsidian, they're on fire, right? Grounded was brilliant. Pentiment was great. These guys have been working on this for a while. It's kind of like it's not Skyrim. It's set in the Pillars of Eternity universe, but it's another Obsidian RPG.
It's
like, you know what you're
Outer
getting.
Worlds one, but bigger in scope, I think is what people say. 'Cause it's still like sections instead of being a huge open world. But a focus on density instead of just vastness.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, which is I love that these games are scoped in more sensible ways. But go figure. Speaking of a game of incredible scale and scope, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. That's not going to be for everyone, right? I think it'll be for more PC and console.
This one will be for more
everybody this time.
Yeah, but this one I think will be for more people just because they've gamified it. Because the big difference is there's just a ton of jobs to do instead of I want to become the best pilot I can to fly here and maybe do a couple races. But now there's like actual jobs that you can do,
Yeah,
and it
like
makes it a lot different.
firefighting and cargo delivery runs and passenger flight, all of that stuff. So, and again, it's one of the prettiest games back in 2020. It's going to be even prettier now. This is an evolved engine from Asobo, doing all of that cool cloud stuff. It's another game that's releasing this year. And then the last two we've got, which are probably the bigger, more traditional AAA. We've got Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2. We know that that's dated for 2024. It's already been in the marketing in the Game Awards era.
They're already doing mock reviews apparently.
Yeah, and it's landing in the 90s in those mock reviews. So
People
we'll see.
So
Okay.
the mock reviews are generally decently accurate. The one that wasn't was Redfall, which they had in the 70 to 72 bracket, which I think would be perfectly reasonable for most games. For most people playing that game, because that's kind of where it started. Then the avalanche hit later with the zeitgeist of just endlessly shitting on it. But yeah, like mock reviews are generally, they get paid a lot because they're pretty accurate for what the industry is going to do, because they understand what the industry likes and doesn't like.
Yeah.
Mock reviews don't take Xbox tax into account, though.
They do. I promise you, they actually do. Like, it is a thing.
I'll be intrigued.
It's a lot of money.
I still think I'm very curious how this game lands, because if you take into account what the original Hellblade was, it was a small in scope, linear, super linear, but very uniquely made game that dealt with, mental health and all of that jazz. If they've gone, like Uncharted 2 style with it in the Hellblade universe,
they haven't.
I don't think they've done that. Right? I still think it's going to be a small in scope, high production value, super linear.
That's what I think. I think it'll just be the first game with just bonkers graphics, absolutely ridiculous graphics,
probably a little less
slightly
repetition.
increased.
Yeah,
slightly increased scope and slightly more in-depth combat. That's it.
Yeah,
and if that's the case, I'm going low 80s.
Less repetition, more in-depth combat, and more puzzle variety, I think, shoot it up quite a bit for most people. It doesn't have to be super long. It can be 12 hours. Like, I beat Alan Wake in 15 hours.
The complaints will be that it's not 100 hours and it's not padded out and it doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough crafting and it doesn't.
There's only one company, one publisher that people seem to like when things are too long, but then are also used as a basis for everything becoming bloated. Because you look at Uncharted 4, you look at Ragnarok, you look at a lot of the recent bigger open world focused Sony stuff. Spider-Man 2 is kind of like the first one they pulled back a bunch, but they really have been lauded despite being overly long, but then referenced when people are like, oh yeah, that was actually really too long and poorly paced. Because from everything I've played, the little bit I've played, and everything I've seen of Ragnarok, it does suffer again from being really awesome at times, but just having shit pacing a lot. And I don't think Xbox has ever really fallen down that hole. So I don't think it's going to start now either.
Gears of War 5 did a little bit.
I will give you that. I think Gears pacing fell a little bit.
Gears of War 5 was literally them going, oh, we have to have it be more like Sony stuff. Quick, let's pad it out and make it really long.
If you mainline Gears, it's not a long game.
I hope this is short. I hope this is linear and short, just like the first game.
I hope it's short, like 15 hours. That would be a perfect length. 10 to 15.
I'd be happy with 10. 8 to 10.
8.
Be fine.
No.
8.
But let's see. Let's see what happens.
And remember, it's also carrying extra weight of being Xbox's most important game. Can't forget that now. So that's
we're gonna see sevens being lined up again. Yeah. Let's frame this as the most important game. Let's scale this up. So
I can already see the Metro contributor from Resetera just rubbing his hands together. Got my 6 waiting for this one.
I know everyone looks at everyone looks at Bethesda and everything as Xbox, but they use different PR. And Bethesda's PR has have a very combative past. I think they don't now as much. They give things early, like Prey and Doom and all that was like a day before launch. Now they give you a week to 2 weeks. Xbox just kind of gives everything to everyone most of the time. It is a different relationship, and people are people, and the nicer you are to them, there might be less people who go out of their way being pissed and coming in late, like Starfield was in '88, and it dropped after a week or two because all the people that Bethesda didn't like got their codes and gave 3s and 4s and knocked especially the console version dropped like a rock, like 4 or 5 points. PC is still in 86 on Metacritic. But I don't know that that's going to happen with this one to the same degree. Not that it won't happen at all. It won't be as egregious and obvious as it was with Starfield.
Yeah, but it'll be fun to see this next bastion of hope for the Xbox platform be torn from its perch once again. And then the last game that Microsoft, the Xbox platform, are publishing this year will be the next Call of Duty title. Rumored to be Black Ops Gulf War, according to Windows Central and Insider Gaming, with Treyarch leading the charge this time around for development. First time a 4-year dev time for Call of Duty, which gives me high hopes that it will start hitting a high again, right after Modern Warfare 3.
And so that should be the first one that launches into Game Pass, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure on the details of the deal.
So
right?
it seems to be the deal's done, but the thing is, it always lasted a full year. So if the game comes out in November, then that deal for that game lasts through December of next year. So next January is when Modern Warfare 3 would be out of that deal. Now, does it have with a certain window where you have to negotiate with Sony because they get right to refusal on going into sub-services because they've had that on other stuff. Like I think they had with Deathloop. That's why Deathloop ended up right away in PS Plus, and probably I think Ghostwire Tokyo too, because when Deathloop went to PS Plus, the same time it went to Game Pass because they had that in the contract. But ABK is a very different contract where they get like 88% and all that shit. So who knows?
Yeah.
But when the drop happens, it should theoretically be everything up to the one before last year's game that can come into Game Pass, including this year's game.
It's an insane number of games. But yeah, so just picture that, right? Picture that. Like those games alone is a very, very solid year with a huge genre variety, I think. You've got cooperative multiplayer, you've got strategy, you've got RPG, you've got sim, you've got action, adventure.
Third person over the shoulder, slow walk and talk.
Tick, tick, tick. You're ticking all those boxes,
sad
right?
Games.
Like, sad mum game, right? Or sad
lady
ex-girlfriend game. I don't know. You're carrying
sad
around
widower game.
Head of your dead boyfriend. I don't know. And that's not to mention Game Pass and third-party deals, right? So let's think about this.
Or possible surprises.
Or possible surprises. We'll get into that too. We've got Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. Now, that I thought it was going to get delayed again, but I think a day after I posted it, there was some stuff that seemed to indicate that they were still targeting Q1
months
this
ago,
year.
They changed their website to say Q1 2024, and it's been like reconfirmed again.
Now, I played this at Gamescom. It was a little rough around the edges, but it was Stalker, right? So I'm very curious to see where it lands. And hopefully they've got that polish in, but you know they are also dealing with being bombed while building a game.
I put the link to our every confirmed Xbox Game Pass game in 2024. I do have some things I have to add to it, but yeah.
We've also got the link to what to expect from 2024 as well. I'll stick that in the chat too. And you mentioned Replaced again, another developer that has been affected by the war in Ukraine, but again, very different. Looks incredible. Like that's on my review list for sure. I can't wait. We've got Lightyear Frontier, which is the Stardew Valley meets mechs,
4-player
which
co-op.
is a Game Pass title and PC with co-op. Yep. 33 Immortals, Thunder Lotus. Good. They are coming out. Roguelike 33-player, fighting against a god as a damned soul. And that's not to mention Hollow Knight Silksong, probably MLB The Show 24, Persona 3 Reload, Dead Static Drive, Nirvana Noir, Flintlock Digital. This is all coming this year. Like deep breaths.
That's why we labeled this episode 2023 Part 2.
You didn't even mention the
Just
biggest
delayed
one,
it.
which is Little Kitty Big City. I played the demo. That game
Little
is
Kitty Big City?
legitimately very good.
Yeah, I played that as well at Gamescom. The controls
And
needed a little
there's a
work,
game there's a
but-
game that still hasn't come out yet. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is 2024.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, I was just talking about
I
the
hear
stuff with a Game
great
Pass
things.
relationship,
I hear great things.
Not
according to
from
the
me.
preview.
I would never break any apart.
But then that's not to mention first party updates. So you've got Starfield's Shattered Space, you've got Diablo 4's Vessel of Hatred, World of Warcraft. It's an Xbox platform game now. The War
No.
Within. This is all coming.
Can you imagine if they announced
year.
World of Warcraft coming to consoles?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that they are
Oh my
definitely
God.
trying to get that to happen.
I
Could
would
you imagine?
I would probably do that review and do my very best to not get sucked into that. I put 11,000 hours into World of Warcraft. That's conservative estimate, 11,000 hours. Where I went, my wife. But then once I met her a few years, like a year later, I was done playing it.
My
Yeah.
wife.
I think Jez has been sucked back in big time into that.
Man.
Sappho in
I
chat,
have no
yes.
interest in World of Warcraft.
Activision
What?
will market their own stuff. Blizzard will market their own stuff. Bethesda will market their own stuff. And Xbox will market their stuff. Again, the thing I kept saying the whole last 2 years when they were trying to get ABK is they've gone very quiet on purpose. And we saw the moment it was done, they exploded with marketing. So yes, they will definitely market stuff. They were trying to get that deal through. They were playing dead. People
Poor
bought
meek
it.
Microsoft. Oh, look at us. We're
Well,
so weak. Oh, we're third place. Oh, it's really hard for us.
Ignore
Oh,
the money we make that you can all actually see. We're
yeah, please
we're
don't look at
losing
that.
so
Oh,
bad.
It's really horrible. 80% market share to Sony.
So
Oh.
that's what we know is coming in 2024. What do we think could be the surprises?
Yeah, so now this is one I think we discussed this on the show last
South
week.
of midnight.
South of midnight. Like,
Yes.
I think there are three that come to my mind because, like a Fable, I don't think so. Some of the other ones,
2025.
State of Decay 3, I don't think so.
2025.
What's id working on? No idea. Indiana Jones, I would disagree with Ryan McCaffrey, who keeps hinting that hey, maybe Indiana Jones. Like, no, they haven't talked about that when they've got other stuff they've already done. Probably not. The other two would be what's going on with Contraband and what's going on with Everwild. Those would be the South of Midnight, Contraband, Everwild are like my three. I wouldn't be shocked if they were this year's.
No, Perfect Dark's like 2026. I'm sorry.
Perfect Dark, no.
You might see gameplay this year. The Perfect Dark feels like a Game Awards gameplay reveal trailer to me.
Or even June,
Maybe.
because they seem to be
Even
okay
June.
with if it's confirmed for next year, like Clockwork Revolution and some other ones that weren't dated. They were okay showing games that are 2020.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. That's the rumor. Kiln.
Yeah.
Double Fine's
Double Fine.
Kiln
That's
is
the one
being rumored for the direct. That's
Yeah.
been rumored for that.
Because that was the
from
one
their-
they paused working on it back in like 2017 to start to finish up on Psychonauts. So that one has been worked on quite a bit already.
Yeah. And the gameplay I've seen of Kiln is effectively you can mold your clay pot into different shapes and sizes and then go fill it up with things. So it's like a kind of platformer, so you'll fill your pot up with water and you might use it to solve a puzzle and then you'll make a different shape thing. And it had like this mechanic where the pottery wheel is going and spinning and you can kind of got these hands around it and you're molding
Prototype gameplay I'm playing of it right now from
yeah.
let's give this guy a thumbs up.
Yeah.
See, that's
Speaking of
grand
thumbs up,
games.
Don't forget
Thumbs
to
up.
hit that like button, please, people.
Is that it? Is that Kiln?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, that's Double
So,
So
Fine,
like
man.
it's an
They're
actual
weird.
it's an actual kiln.
Yeah, and then you wander around as this character. Look, with like you got a little sword.
Oh my god.
And you fill stuff up. It looks
Get this link in the chat so people can give him a view.
the way the animation and the guy bobbed around. I don't know if anyone's seen the Brothers Grimm film with. I think it had Matt Damon in it. I'm pretty sure it was Matt Damon, but it had this really freaky scene where this gingerbread man made out of mud stole this kid's eyes and mouth, and then waddled after her like, I'm the gingerbread man. It was fucking weird. Like, go watch it on YouTube. It's a weird clip from a weird dark movie.
Okay.
But yeah,
Interesting.
so South of Midnight is coming from Compulsion Games. Now, we saw a brilliant, like, holy shit, the vibes off of that trailer last year at the Summer Showcase. Now, we don't know that it's 2024, but the rumor, the scuttlebutt is this isn't a 30-hour RPG, right? This is
Thank God.
a Hi-Fi Rush type of scale that the team at Compulsion have been working on since like 2020. It's a nice shorter game.
Hi-Fi Rush was 5 years of dev, though.
I know. But yeah, so it's going through the pandemic and everything, but it's a small team. So fingers crossed that that's actually a surprise release this year. Don't start expecting shadow drops every developer direct. You know, like, I think it's
they're so fun though. They're so fun.
Well,
but as we're going to get into in the next section, though, do they keep games from selling well enough where they have to potentially put them on other platforms?
Yeah. Well, I'll get into that. There was actually a story, an interview done around Hi-Fi Rush. Like, it was ready to reveal and show off last year or the year before it was shown off. And it got kicked down the can, like down the road, because something got cancelled or E3
they didn't want to get overshadowed a lot too.
Yeah,
like it was going to be shown at E3, but E3 was cancelled, and so all the plans changed.
So they kept like postponing revealing it, and then they came up with the idea of doing the shadow drop, which I think it did a massive service to the game. There is arguments now that it didn't do well from a sales perspective. We'll find out how that one lands, but I don't think every game is going to be shadowed. Like, there isn't always going to be a shadow drop in January. It's cool when it happens, but like, don't expect it. Like, otherwise you're just going to breed disappointment. But yeah, I'm that's probably my most anticipated game, South of Midnight. Like, I am really looking forward to that. I think it looks incredible. And great. Yes, that trailer was in engine. It wasn't CG animation. It was an in-engine trailer. Everwild has an internal target release date of 2024 by Rare back in 2021 when development was rebooted and people left and yada yada yada. If that's still true, they've been very, very quiet since the initial reveal way back at XO 2019. I'm still not sure what that game's going to end up being. I will give it a chance because Rare are great at creating experiences that you can share with people. And
I'm still hoping it's adult Pokemon.
I don't think it's going to be. I think it's going to be something else. It's going to be like Healing the Land type thing.
No, I don't know. I reckon there'll be like a Pokemon style of thing to it, where you're out there catching animals, bringing them back to your village, and maybe you build up your village with them or something like that.
I'm intrigued.
I still have a feeling that this trailer is fake as hell. It's not going to look that good. That's too good looking.
The smoke effect is too good, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, Sea of Thieves
I hope it looks like that
sometimes, and some of their smoke effects are really good. So
yeah,
let's see.
Elden
I
Ring
hope
smoke
it looks
effects
like that,
are
man.
shockingly, incredibly good. So I guess it can be done.
I'm intrigued. Either way, Contraband, like Avalanche Studios, they have not released anything since Rage 2.
Nothing
in 2019. It's due this year. Like,
I reckon
easily. And this is a multiplayer, open world, crime-based, I don't know, Payday style maybe. We don't know if it's third person, first person. We don't know, but co-op focused, crime-based shenanigans thing. So expect Contraband. Like, we think that's pretty. It's pretty deadlock. The one supposition and kind of discussion point we had additional was Forza Horizon 6.
Yep.
It's been so typically Forza Horizon games were on a 2-year dev time. So 2012, 2014, 2016, 2018, pandemic, 2021.
One?
Yeah. So delayed for a year, and it still came out, and it was still really good. 3 years. Bearing in mind that the last one was cross-gen between Xbox One and Series consoles.
And they,
It's
with
a
the way they
very,
work
very
with
popular
Turn
game.
10, would they also be working on updating their end to match all the new physics they've got for next gen only?
Yeah.
New gen only.
We don't know, but I think if I were Microsoft, I would be looking at the very popular system seller that Horizon is, with 30+ million players, and going, let's make it series exclusive only. Let's lose the Xbox One generation. Let's move on. And then hopefully we'll bring along all those Horizon fans to the new console and
To the
and
Switch
get
2.
sales boost. Just, releasing it to exclusively.
There's another
to the
game we're all
Switch
forgetting
2.
about.
What's that?
Arc 2.
Yeah, Vin Diesel. They've delayed a bunch. They still claim it's coming 2024 this year, but
They just
I'm
got
not saying it
Survival
will,
sent it
I'm
out,
just
and I
saying-
heard that one was real rough. The redo of 1.
Really?
we'll see.
They never
I have
launch in a good
doubts.
state. They always launch broken and then fix, and then they tried to do the next gen upgrade, and that messed it all up again, and they fixed. And then they turned that version off and had the new next gen only version, and that's had problems. So that's what they do as a dev, pretty much.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
anything else that you guys want to throw into the ring as
What's
a
Square? Well, there's
potential
Final
Xbox
Fantasy
release?
14. So I'm curious, do we get any other Square stuff? Because the Trials of Mana is coming, Final Fantasy 14 is coming. Would they actually
Visions
do...
of Mana.
Visions
Visions
of Mana. Yeah, Visions of Mana. Would they actually
Final
do
Fantasy
Final
7
Fantasy?
Remake Part 1,
Would they?
Nick?
Well, it's just
Sorry?
remake. 2 is rebirth.
Oh, Final Fantasy 7. No. I was watching the chat. And I saw Jason saying Gears Collection.
Could get announced.
It could. I hope so. Fucking hell, I hope so.
You'd be like, see? You'd stand up out of your
Oh.
chair and dance around. Take that, Jez. Yeah. Maybe.
Lucky guess.
This does
again,
have to
Nick.
be the year. Like this does have to be the year. If it hasn't been like cancelled and it's still happening, which as far as I know it still is, this has to be the year it gets announced at the very least. Has to be.
And like I think
can
what they
hope.
said Octopath
Also
was
the
coming.
damn Banjo remake.
Yeah.
That I know that the rumor is a new Banjo game. I don't know about that. I reckon it's more likely to be a remake.
Yeah.
of
That
the
makes
first
sense
game.
to me. Get the appetite for how many people actually want
Yeah,
this.
that's
No,
right.
see, it'll crash and burn
Hmm.
terribly, and then we'll never hear about Banjo again.
Yeah, but at least they would have tried. But like, make it look absolutely ridiculously ridiculous.
Yes, that's
Like,
right.
go
Like
absolutely all
bonkers.
The only
Like-
reason I brought
like,
up Final
please.
Fantasy is because as pointed out in chat by NC, the exclusivity for Rebirth, it's only 3 months. So it's gone down. Like Final Fantasy Remake was a year, then that got extended to 2 years, and who knows now. 16 was 6 months, and then
Hmm.
Rebirth is 3 months. So they keep going down. So I'm curious.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a fair thing to kind
And
of
16 didn't sell that
suppose
great.
about.
They needed to be on PC, and if it's on PC, why not put it on an Xbox?
Yeah.
It sold
Exactly.
fine for being on one platform, I should say, but not well enough.
What about? So we got a couple of years ago. You'll have to correct me and remind me when it was. We got Tony Hawk 1 and 2,
Yeah.
the remakes or remasters.
Yeah,
What if we
Okay.
get 3 and 4?
that'd be nice.
I said I had heard that they were looking at Tony Hawk once ABK went through.
I'm
What if we
curious.
get Tony Hawk 3 and 4?
I mean, I've never been a big Tony Hawk Pro Skater fan. Sorry.
Oh,
Those,
the old Tony Hawks was so good.
September 2020
what
is when the first one released, 1 and 2.
Yeah. It's about
Been-
time.
It'll be 4 years. Might be time to get 3 and 4 out there.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Vicarious
I-
Visions again because they've been absorbed into Blizzard. So,
Shut
there,
down.
but there are a lot of other teams at Activision. It could be.
No Magnum
I want-
Westwood. No,
I want Guitar
mate.
Hero.
no. Banjo
I'm with you,
1 was
Magnum.
just a lame collectathon. Nah, that's wrong. That's wrong. Banjo 2, I could argue, was a bit of a lame collectathon. Banjo 1 was a meticulously crafted masterpiece of a 3D platformer that still holds up to this day, better than Mario 64 and has aged far better than Mario 64. Mario 64 is garbage by today's standards. Banjo 1 can still be played today. That game is immaculate. And a remake would be incredible. Incredible.
Especially if they made it look like Pixar level quality.
Just make it look ridiculous, like you're watching a CG movie. And it's Banjo 1. There's really no reason you can't. Because the beauty of Banjo 1 is that even from a gameplay perspective, it holds up. The game was that good that it holds up even from a gameplay perspective. So you kind of don't have to touch it. You could almost do the whole press the back button and switch between the graphics.
Yeah, maybe they will.
Like,
I've always liked it when games do that because it's nice to see in the past.
It is.
Right?
It's great. I really love games that do that. I absolutely love it. No. Scourge, I didn't say Mario 64 is garbage. I'm saying in terms of the way Mario 64 has held up, it's garbage in comparison to Banjo. Like, Mario 64, yes, it was great back then, has not... You should try playing it now, mate. I have. Has not aged well. Like, really hasn't aged well. Like we got the collection. We got the Mario collection that came out a couple of years ago that they then delisted. Play Mario 64 again. It has not aged well. Like, how Rare got it so right back then compared to Nintendo. Man. Banjo 1's unbelievable.
Hey, good news. We've got another new patron. Just joined.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I can set up, if you guys ever wanted, I could set up an alert box so if someone signed up on the Patreon or stuff,
that would be cool.
In the stream. Yeah, I should do that.
Yeah, we should.
Hey, super chat from Shadowless Edge. Another thing we didn't think of, and probably because you two don't care about Fortnite. Do you think any chance the new PDP teased peripherals could be played on a new Guitar Hero?
Oh yeah,
I hope so.
I hope so.
Mean, we've heard rumblings of Guitar Hero. My questions become: if we're living in an Activision owned by Microsoft world where all first-party releases come to Game Pass, how do you support Guitar Hero? Because you have to buy the guitar. So
it's smart from PDP, though. It's smart from PDP because I'm pretty sure that guitar PDP is teasing is for Fortnite, for Fortnite's music mode.
Yeah.
But if PDP turns around and says, well, we're just going to support any music game involving a guitar that comes out, then all the manufacturers are going to back you. Microsoft's going to definitely back you because then Microsoft doesn't have to worry about making a guitar. They can just say, go buy PDP's guitar. And
or they come up with a deal and sell it at retail with that guitar in it.
Yeah, like it makes sense that I just hope it's wireless.
I love the return.
It's the only way those plastic peripherals could work again is if they were agnostic and just worked on everything.
Yeah, but please be wireless. Even if you need a dongle, just be wireless. I don't care.
Xbox is getting way better with their wireless thing, but the PlayStation Link, now that, who knows? That's their new thing.
Yeah.
Again, just have a dongle. Just have a dongle. All the consoles have a USB-A slot on them. All three. Just make a dongle. It's that simple.
We can hope. In terms of shows, so we've got the Developer Direct in January. We're going to have the summer
rumored,
allegedly, supposedly.
Supposedly.
We'll have the usual summer showcase. Do we think we're going to see the return of XO this year or anything like that? Considering the scope and scale of what Microsoft are operating now.
I hope so.
And that's not to mention BlizzCon and QuakeCon.
Minecon. Activision's own event around Call of Duty.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I told you, man, they can have their own E3 week. They could literally have their own E3 week if they wanted to. They should. They should just have an Xbox showcase, a Bethesda showcase, an Activision showcase, and then BlizzCon all in that 1 week. And it's they own E3 week. to themselves.
Super cool. Yeah, and then the sky's the limit this year. Like, just think about, we've just gone through all the games we know, all of the third-party games we know that are either day one on Game Pass or exclusive for X period of time, and yada yada yada. It's already a bonkers year ahead of us already, and that's not to mention the stuff that we don't know about yet that we think might come and that might come. Like, and that's not to include any surprises like the Hi-Fi Rushes of the world. So it's a pretty good year if you're an Xbox gamer. I think you're going to be well fed again in 2024. They've obviously got the Switch 2 to compete with at some point whenever that gets announced. Still very curious to see
Would they be competing with it or supporting it?
Yeah, well, we'll get into that. And then we've obviously got, I'm very curious to see how PlayStation's various woes shake out across the year.
Well, they've got the Pro console.
They've got the Pro console.
Allegedly.
It was shocking to see how bad the PS4 Pro sold. I'd be kind of surprised at a PS5 Pro now, but people seem to really think it's happening.
Yeah, like that's the hardcore will buy it, but I question.
It was 100.
I question how much it will sell.
It was like 128 million, or there was 14 million Pros sold out of all the PS4s, which was like what 150 or something.
Yeah, but it came out at the end of the generation. That's not too bad.
No, it wasn't the end. It was what 2016.
Oh, actually, yeah, it might have been 2016.
It had a full 4 years. It had half the generation.
Okay, so
yeah, it was. They both.
The term was mid-gen refresh,
and
so...
it wasn't new customers. It was repeat customers. So they weren't growing with that. They were growing with the Slim. The Slim was the winner.
But I'd wager that PlayStation probably still didn't have a problem with that, given the way they made the Pro. The Pro was just the PS4 with a second GPU duct tape to it. So it probably didn't cost, like, those 14 million were probably still, like, because they were probably making money on each Pro, they were probably still happy with how it sold. Probably.
Oh my God, John. Disgusting.
John's muted.
I hate it.
I don't understand how he keeps doing this.
What else have they got planned? Like, what other games are they releasing? They've got Stellar Blade. They've got...
Who's based on a real...
They're not
lady.
releasing anything.
7.
They're not actually releasing anything. Others are releasing it for them.
For them, it's MLB The Show and Helldivers 2, which is in first-party studio, but is their IP in game, and potentially what was the other one? Concord was supposedly potentially this year, whatever that is. I think it's another extraction game they're doing.
What about Haven's game? What's it called? Fair Games?
I don't think that's this year.
I don't think that one was listed for this year the same way Concord was.
Okay.
There you go.
I mean, there's Last of Us Part 2 remastered, which is literally the same picture meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same picture meme.
Well, we've also got to see how Hi-Fi Rush does when it releases on PlayStation 5, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not like 300,000.
And with that, we'll segue into the rumor of Xbox going third party. That's the sound of the mob screaming across the Twitterverse at the very idea of Microsoft selling a game on a rival platform. Now, people are assuming it's PlayStation. People are assuming it's Hi-Fi Rush. What's your thoughts?
People are assuming it's Switch.
So people are assuming it's Switch. Do you think it's Switch?
So Nate the Hate, Nate Drake, Direct Feed Games was put out a rumor that Xbox is putting a highly acclaimed game on a competitor platform. That's all I think that's all he said. Highly acclaimed was in Game of the Year conversation in the year it came out.
Yeah. So he doesn't specify Hi-Fi Rush.
What he said was critically acclaimed, was in Game of the Year conversations the year it came out, is not a Halo or Gears level title. And he thinks it makes sense, but that there will be people who will be up in arms because they're doing it at all.
Yeah, as we've seen. What was that noise?
So
again?
the speculation is Psychonauts 2 on Switch,
Yeah.
That these are the options people are throwing out there.
Yeah. I can see
Hi-Fi-
something there in the chat.
Hi-Fi Rush on Switch.
Don't
Hi-Fi
know if they
Rush
could
on
run it.
Yeah, and this is why I don't think Hi-Fi Rush on Switch 2. Yes, like as in it's a launch title for the Switch 2. I could see that being the case.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, Hi-Fi Rush is a rhythm game.
Yeah.
So it
60
needs
FPS
to
is
run
important.
at a locked 60. Locked 60. Because it is a rhythm game. If it's not locked 60, it literally becomes unplayable for what it is. Then it's not Hi-Fi Rush anymore. It's just the generic character action game.
Yeah.
Hi-Fi Rush PS5.
Mm-hmm.
What else? I think they were the main options. Most people think it's Psychonauts 2, or I think I've seen a couple of people throw out Ori.
Yeah, Will of the Wisps.
Like
Because Thomas
Ori, Will
Marlowe
of the Wisps.
released it on the Switch. Like, maybe they want to follow up with a release on PlayStation 5.
It was the first one. It was the first one on Switch, not the second.
Oh, okay.
So I think people are saying the second one on Switch, but I really doubt that Moon are porting, or like, isn't that relationship somewhat strained?
Well, okay. Ori and the Will of the Wisps did launch on Switch.
Oh, did it?
Mhm.
I thought it was only
Yes.
the first one.
No, I'm pretty sure it did.
Yeah, it did
okay.
launch on Switch.
And that's when Phil
I
had
was
the
just checking.
conversations and was like, I don't want everyone to constantly think all of our games are just going to start coming to Switch every time, which everyone's now quoting and saying,
Yeah.
well, Phil. And it's like, yeah, but nothing's actually happened yet. Like, people are treating this like something is definitely happened already. Like, if it does happen, then yeah, you have the conversation and you wonder why. But then we should get the messaging. Because right now I see so many people being like, oh, their messaging's all over the place. You don't know what's coming where. And it's like, well, the main message has always been expect things where Game Pass are, and we take everything on a case-by-case basis. This wouldn't change that. It's still that. It's an actual case-by-case basis. Now, if you don't like the case-by-case basis, that I fully understand and get that. And I wouldn't want to try and like shut down conversation on that. My only issue has been the amount of people just quickly losing their shit, taking this as it's already happened. It's for a dumb reason. It's a snowball effect. They're not going to have consoles in a few years. Like that path that people just start going down, where they're like, well, I just put everything everywhere. And it's like, no, that's the case by case basis part of it. If they have a strong reason why, I won't care. If they don't have a strong reason why, I'll be like, oh, that's really weird. But I still won't care because me as a person, it doesn't affect me really.
It doesn't, but so let's just work under the assumption that this is happening. And I think it's a fairly safe assumption. Let's say it is Hi-Fi Rush, because most people seem to think it's Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah.
Because Psychonauts 2 came out on PS4, so it's backwards compatible on PS5. So would they bother with a native PS5 version of Psychonauts 2? Probably not.
Yeah.
So my gut feel is Hi-Fi Rush on either PS5, Switch 2, or both.
Yeah.
Maybe both. So if we live in that space and say that this is Hi-Fi Rush coming to, let's just say, PS5 and Switch 2, because again, I just don't see the Switch being able to run this. I don't think it's Hi-Fi Rush on Switch 1.
I mean, it managed Doom. Doom was 60 on
It
Switch.
are Wizards, and it's not Unreal Engine 4.
Yeah, okay.
id
it's
Tech
Unreal
is the
Engine.
best scaler, really.
Yeah, okay, fair. Sorry. I just thought I'd throw that out there. But yeah,
And
I will say-
every game is different. Like look at the Arkham collection on Switch.
oof.
That's Unreal, isn't it?
Yes.
That's their
Exactly.
own fork
So-
branch of Unreal 3.
That's what I'm saying. And Rocket League is Unreal 3. Like, so you can't really compare. So let's live in the world. Let's live in the space for the sake of discussion. That it's Hi-Fi Rush on Switch 2 and PS5. Now, from a personal perspective, as many of you know, I don't play a ton of Xbox games, the Xbox exclusives. I did play Hi-Fi Rush and enjoyed it. This doesn't affect me personally in a direct way. It doesn't affect most people in a direct way. Like, it doesn't change the fact that you played it on Game Pass. What?
There's the potential. I know where you're going. There's the potential that it could cause harm to console sales, which in the end means less third parties come. So it could potentially harm the platform if people just stop buying the hardware because they just expect, well, I can always get this on Switch or PlayStation or something, which I get.
Well, that is sort of where I was going. My issue is, right, I feel like with every Xbox exclusive that goes to another platform, regardless of what that platform is, whether it's Switch, whether it's, because I find that the purveying sentiment is that if it goes to Switch, not a big deal. If it goes to PS5, much bigger deal. That's the purveying sentiment that I see out there. To me, another platform's another platform. It's another console that it comes out on that theoretically you have less reason to buy an Xbox console.
Yep.
And I know a lot of people keep saying, well, Microsoft doesn't care as much about Xbox console sales, but I think they do a little bit.
Well, no, they do
because
a lot.
In the end, well,
it's
do
still
they?
it is a pillar of their division is console, but the value proposition in getting Game Pass into people's minds, and yeah, you can maybe eventually get one or two of these on another platform for full price versus it's just part of this sub, might be more intrinsically valuable in their minds than a lot of us look at it from our more tuned in bubble. Because I think the biggest thing for them, the biggest potential growth area, is not going to be console, but they're going to want to keep what they have on console and grow it if they can. But the big thing is their main competitor is Valve and Steam. Like, that's PC, and growing the Windows Store is where they can make the most outside of mobile.
My issue with this, though, is, so Hi-Fi Rush was this truly unique, high quality, took everyone by storm, really great little game. And I feel like if you suddenly release that on other platforms, you just, I don't know, you're taking away more of that identity that they're trying to build. Like, in the end, regardless of what Microsoft says, the console is the cornerstone of the entire ecosystem. So the more, and I don't care what anyone says, that is what it is.
It's the thing that appears in your marketing, in your promotions. Play it now on Xbox. You don't see play it now on PC, right? You don't see that in adverts.
It's literally the corner. This whole ecosystem they are trying to build, the console is the foundation of it, whether Microsoft knows it or not. I'd like to believe they know it, but if they don't, it is. I'm telling them it is. The console is the foundation of it. The more you erode that foundation, the rest of it falls apart. So they can have all these wild ambitions of, all these gamers and all these Game Pass subs, but if the console foundation erodes, the rest of it doesn't work. Console represents the majority of Game Pass Ultimate subs.
Yeah.
It represents the vast majority of them. So the more you give people a reason to not buy that console, that's less Game Pass subs. That, like, I feel like if this is happening, I feel like it's very minimal short-term gain, because let's be honest, realistically, how many copies of Hi-Fi Rush would sell on a Switch 2 or a PS5? Realistically. No,
I don't think it would.
Not many.
Break a million, really.
That's right. So you're doing all that quote unquote damage to Xbox for what gain?
Yeah.
For what gain?
I mean, some of the suggestion has been, it'll be for Switch because it'll be a great Japanese release and we'll get more promotion for the brand, and then you follow up with Hi-Fi Rush 2, and but that one's exclusive to Xbox. And I understand that. I think I understand both sides of this argument, right? And I understand. I don't understand the ridiculous, like, I identify with this console and it is part of my life debate style. Like, it's just video games. But I understand where Xbox centric players are coming from. To your point, is we have fought since 2017 or since 2013 or whenever Phil stepped in charge. I'm going to fix the console. Okay, here's the power crown back. I'm going to fix the games. Okay, I've done that.
We're buying all this stuff.
I'm going to fix this ecosystem, and he's got it to that point. But then to turn around and create this confusion and to have it, a quote on record that effectively like, oh, we need to get out of this world where everyone's like, oh, is this going to come to Switch? Like, we need to do better by our customers. And that's the quote that's been floating around. I'm inclined to agree. Like, what is the genuine benefit? Like, look, we don't know. We aren't running the numbers here. If this is the case of a development team has come to him from a third party perspective, so if this was Thomas Marlowe and the team going, oh, just to see the development of our new game. What was it called? What's their new one called?
Oh my God.
It's got one of those.
Why? It's a very long name.
Yeah. Something wicked this way comes. I can't remember what the name was.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
If it's to help fund that last bit of development, right? Because I didn't see a publisher announcement. They're just releasing that game. Maybe that's a thing, and they've had that conversation. I can understand that from hey, we're an indie developer. You released it on Switch. Let us release it elsewhere and give other people, so that when we come to sell our new game,
no rest for the wicked.
Yeah, no rest for the wicked. When we come to sell our new game, no rest for the wicked. People will go, oh, on PlayStation 5. Oh, those are the guys that made Ori 2. That was incredible. I'm going to go buy that. I can understand that. It's interesting that Nate said was a Game of the Year contender in the year it came out. He didn't.
I think he was saying in the Game of the Year conversation.
In the year it came out is the phrase.
In the year it came out, which makes it sound like it was old.
Yeah, he didn't say last year. Like, why wouldn't you just say last year? Now, this could be a case of similar to how you get rumors sometimes, and you're told exactly how to say it.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
Instructed.
That's right.
Regardless, there is a part of me that is just like, Microsoft and the community, they're very close comparatively to anything on the PlayStation or Nintendo side, right? Like, think about this, chat. Microsoft talk to us. They talk to, we speak with Phil. They communicate on Twitter. They have these conversations. They're not completely oblivious to the silliness that these kind of rumors cause. They're not oblivious to the uproar that is then fueled by them. So, to Nick's point, I don't understand why, unless it's something like Ori 2. But if it's Hi-Fi Rush, I think you are taking away. Hi-Fi Rush was applauded in this specific instance as this, boom, Microsoft have actually nailed it with a fucking awesome game, completely out of nowhere.
Shadow dropped
by the way, here it is on PlayStation. It doesn't make
acclaimed.
Any sense to your base, because your base are finally like, and I think it's dumb. I'm not on this camp, right? But holding it up as like, look what we've got. And then you've lost that, and you can't ignore that as much as it is stupid. It creates this enormous silly uproar that, as content creators and as Microsoft PR, they then have to fight through it and answer stupid questions about it. And then the conversation continues. The next unique game that comes out, when's that coming to PlayStation? We already see it with all of the acquisitions. It's infuriating to have to deal with.
I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat still thinking it's Psychonauts 2. If this was Psychonauts 2, I don't think Nate would have even bothered saying what he said. The way he phrased it, he said an acclaimed Xbox game. Is that what Psychonauts 2 is considered? Like, Psychonauts 2 wasn't an exclusive to begin with.
Yeah, it was.
It came out. It was a kickstarted game that came out on PS4 and Xbox. I don't think this would be Psychonauts 2, because I doubt Nate would have bothered teasing it the way he teased it.
I have to say, these are why
Psychonauts 2.
I hate these types of rumors.
Yeah,
there's no substance to it. It's not that it's going to be wrong. There's no substance to it, but it's going to dominate dumb conversation for a very long time. Like, it's just going to dominate it when nothing has happened. Something might happen. Who knows? But again, it's just the type of thing where it's like the game wasn't said. So that just opens up this Pandora's box of people trying to figure it out. And then they're convinced, and then they're pissed. And then they see other people online who are pissed. And so it snowballs, and it's already turned into this Microsoft hubris shit that people like friggin' Sun are saying in the chat. It's like, no, calm down. You can talk about the concept of it and say, I am vehemently against this. I don't think it would work. But to act like it's happened and they're shitheads and they're morons, like, just calm the fuck down. It's
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
let's not. That's why we're trying to discuss it. That's why at the start of the conversation I said, let's live in the space where
Yeah,
this
let's
is
be
real. Let's just
rational.
pretend it's real, and let's assume it's this. That's how we frame the discussion. Now I'll go through the super chats before they build up and we forget them. Alvin, if Hi-Fi Rush does go to Switch 2, I'm convinced it's in exchange for something, not Mario or Zelda, obviously, but something. Nintendo don't trade. Nintendo ain't trading nothing, let alone for Hi-Fi Rush. KW with $5 super chat. This Nintendo and Xbox partnership is the most one-sided partnership ever. Xbox is getting squeezed and pimped. That's the partnership. Nintendo and Microsoft have been chummy for a long, long time.
Mhm.
Matt Rare Monkey. What about Pentiment?
Yeah, Pentiment's
Look-
a contender.
Okay, I have a comment about this stuff, and I'll wait for this super chat. Lao Shimazaki. I hate this. As someone from Japan who endured through the horrible Xbox One era here, after releasing one of their best IPs in years, they do this. Do not like it at all.
haven't done
Now,
anything.
They
yet.
haven't
technically
done this yet.
They haven't done anything technically. It is looking likely, don't get me wrong, but they haven't done anything yet. Now, I'm more in Lau's camp because I see people going, well, what if it's only Pentiment? I don't like the idea of treating different games differently. And I know Microsoft said they'll do case by case. I personally don't like the idea of doing that, because then what you're doing is without probably intending to, you're creating almost like a hierarchy. It's like, well, these games aren't important. This game's the most important game, which I don't like the idea of them doing that, because now what you're doing is Hi-Fi Rush is this incredible game that people finally were lauding them for, and everyone loved it and blah, blah. But already now, let's say it is coming to PS5 and Switch 2, you're saying, well, Hi-Fi Rush isn't that important. We'll just put it on other platforms.
Yeah.
Hellblade 2, though, no way. Ain't no way Hellblade 2's going. Ori, yeah, okay, we'll do Ori. But Starfield, no way.
The bigger problem for me is that hierarchy you mentioned. It becomes every game. If this happens, right, and again we're living in that world, every game from that point forward is then assessed in that hierarchy, or what games could come, and then that becomes the conversation for the next year, 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah,
and this is the weird world that Microsoft might build. Again, this is a rumor. We don't know if it's happening. It seems like it is, but again, we don't know the game for sure. Lots of people assume Hi-Fi Rush. We don't know.
My issue is, and the reason I see people getting upset about this, and I understand, because remember, again, this is me being ultra consistent. Who am I? I'm Mr. Lockdown COD, aren't I?
Be dicks, Microsoft. Be a dick.
Yep. So I am Mr. Lockdown COD. So I'm being consistent here. My issue is Microsoft are being very small picture on this. If it's true, Microsoft are being very small picture, very short term, which is odd because Microsoft is generally a very long term company and very big picture. But on this feels like they're doing what they did with 360 to Xbox One, where the data showed them everyone's watching Netflix. Let's make a TV box. They're looking at the data. Hi-Fi Rush didn't sell a lot. Let's put it on PS5 and Switch 2. And ignoring wider context. Like, what concerns me about how they view console sales and how they view the fact that they're losing money per console, it's like they don't understand that, yeah, you might lose money on a console sale, but the idea is that you put that console to work. So, and the other irony is that Microsoft is generally pretty good at getting money out of their user base.
Yep, we know that.
We had Ubisoft telling us that they made more money off Xbox players per player than they did PlayStation players. So it appears that we as Xbox players spend more money than others. So you'd think that you would do everything in your power to grow that console install base to make even more money. Like, for every console you don't sell because you've put your games on other platforms, that's controllers you can't sell. That's a Game Pass sub you can't get. That's like PlayStation and Nintendo have spent many, many years through various means developing an attachment to their brands.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think many people would argue that PlayStation fans fervently love their brand. Like when I go out into stores, I see Nintendo merch everywhere. I see PlayStation merch everywhere. I see hardly any Xbox merch. When I go out into, I don't see many people wearing Xbox t-shirts or Xbox hats or whatever. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying I don't see a lot of it because I don't know if that love for the brand is there in the same way that it is for PlayStation and Nintendo. And a part of that is this stuff, these games, this attachment that people get. And with every game you put on other platforms, you erode that. So you're giving people less and less reason to love the brand and become attached to the brand. So yes, it may seem silly to say, but with every console you give people no reason to buy, you also give those people less reason to love Xbox as a brand. So they won't buy an Xbox t-shirt because they love Xbox so much. They won't buy 1,000,001 cool limited edition controllers because they don't have an Xbox. They won't sub to Game Pass because they can just get all those games on Switch or PlayStation. Yeah. Like I feel like Microsoft's looking at this size of the chart and they're not looking at all the branches that happen later down the line. That's just how it feels to me. Like
on a personal level, I play video games and I enjoy them. I don't give a shit. Like whatever. But I understand, and I think that's the important thing to kind of just take into account. I understand why some people are making that kind of noise, right? You just you can just say to yourself, it's just video games, who cares? But like we do this because we're passionate about gaming. Right? That's why XboxEra exists, and we're passionate about covering Xbox in a fair way, comparatively to others. And
I'm very fair because I didn't wrap it up, Nick, during that. I was tempted to do it.
You let him say his piece. Yes, it's important to not get too emotional about this stuff, but I can't just dismiss how people feel about it, right? That being said,
you shouldn't, though. You shouldn't.
I'm not going to. But that being said, if you're on the forums just constantly spitting like the world is doomed, like get a grip. Like it's okay to just state your opinion, but to just shove it in people's throats and have an argument.
If you're upset that the potential of what this type of move could do, that's a perfectly valid conversation. It's the people that immediately jump to. It's the people that immediately, and there was been a fair few of them that just immediately jump to, especially on your server, Nick, that just jump to. They're fucking idiots. They're dumb. It's obvious that Game Pass isn't sustainable. I've gotten so many screenshots from people that are like, holy shit, you were smart to leave this place. It's the people that go too far, because there's definitely conversation to think with our limited knowledge, because obviously it's a business. There's trade secrets. We don't get to know the numbers. Do we think it would work? I'm really shocked. It's never been like this. I wonder why. Like all that type of stuff is super valid and interesting to talk about. It's just the Xbox community's immediacy in going to the sky is falling and everything's over, because it almost was in the mid to late 2010s when that division was in real rough shape. So people have a hard time getting out of that mindset all the time, especially when they can see the potential for. If I let you talk, don't make me wrap it up. When people see the potential where this could be a snowball effect on why would you ever want to have a console. And it's a conversation worth having, but it's a hypothetical conversation that people treat as a reality when it's only hypothetical. Even if they do this announcement, it's still only a hypothetical that you can believe is where it may go. But people always have to just jump to, well, I think this, so it's true.
Worst case scenario, let's just assume.
Or best case scenario. Oh, it'll be perfectly fine. Shut up. No, you don't get to talk about that. Like, both are bad, but there's more of the latter with the Xbox community. And
I think that the Xbox community, God love them, love you guys, but we're sometimes
the vocal Xbox community at times.
It is, right? And it's because we've got this back and forth with all of these different parts of that platform that when Xbox try and do anything that is different or perhaps like Nintendo and PlayStation fans just roll over, man. At this point, like, what's the phrase, Nick?
Begrudging.
Nintendo fans are begrudging, like
they begrudgingly just accept it and PlayStation fans. PlayStation can't do anything wrong.
You're seeing more and more where people are. The PlayStation fans are curious, like, what the hell's going on? You really sold us on these nonstop bangers, and then it's kind of really.
What do you mean? Haven't you heard now? All these games coming out this year are now first party. Well, yeah. They never considered them first party before. Yeah, now they're first party.
Now it matters, though.
Yeah. Now that they've got no actual first-party games coming out, Stellar Blade's first party. It's not a money-hatted third-party game. It's a first-party game.
Third-party games matter, like Tekken 8 and Metal Gear Solid Delta, which people are trying to change.
That's right.
It's like,
because they're associated with PlayStation.
They all matter for the platform, and they always have. That's what, like, Nintendo's the only one that's mostly first-party. Both Xbox and PlayStation have always been carried by third-party for the casual, which is most of the audience.
Yeah. Is someone cutting their nails in the background?
No.
Yes, my daughter has come downstairs and started cutting her nails, so that's what popped through the microphone.
I thought so. I know that sound. Don't worry. I just look.
There's a super chat from Hytham G as well.
Let me find it. Ah, there it is. Hytham G. Could it be Master Chief Collection on Switch? And I got my Master Chief Nendroid, and it really put a good smile on my face too with my Nendroid collection and such.
That definitely was not in the Game of the Year conversation at launch.
Yeah.
No, it was not. I don't think it's that. Look, here's the thing. So I've said this before, remember? Or similar things before. There's a lot of Sega fan PTSD there, from seeing a beloved console manufacturer go away from making consoles. You combine that with the knowledge, because it is knowledge, it's not hypothetical, it is knowledge that Microsoft will drop stuff they've invested billions into at the drop of a hat if they feel like it. They've done it before. Because in the end, I've said this myself, I'll admit it openly. I don't give a shit if it gets clipped, I don't give a shit or whatever. I would prefer not to live in a video game world without Xbox consoles in it.
Yeah.
So a lot of... Because remember, while I don't play many Xbox games, I do love the platform. I love their consoles. I prefer their controller. I like their UI. I love how they value BC. I like all these things about Xbox. So I understand people getting upset that they believe this is just another step on a path that may eventually lead to them not bothering with consoles anymore. That's where I think a lot of this comes from.
The day they stop using console blades for servers, I think it would be more likely. While they're still doing server blades with console hardware, they will always have to make consoles because they're doing that R&D and making those anyway.
I'll tell you right now, and this is impossible. What I'm about to say right now is impossible, but I'm going to say it anyway. If there was a way that you could 110% guarantee that Microsoft will not stop making consoles anytime in the future, I guarantee you all the outrage goes away. I can almost guarantee you that overnight, the outrage goes away. I'm telling you now, because if you're fucking muted again.
Why do you get so mad about it? I know it's so.
Oh my god! Because I don't understand how you do something like that so often when it's such an easy thing.
Bro, you're muted. I can't hear
you. Like seriously.
Look, okay. The alternative is everyone has to put up with this noise.
I'd rather put up with that noise than have you going.
Nah.
And talking with no sound.
Phil responded to a fan on Twitter where they said, "Phil, please tell me, Xbox isn't going anywhere. You're going to keep making consoles, stuff like that." And he responded straight up, "I promise." Like now,
wasn't that like 10 years ago or something?
No, that was like 3 weeks ago, or whatever it was.
All I'm saying is, I think a lot of this outrage would go away almost instantaneously if there was a way, and I know there's not a way, but if there was a way to guarantee that they don't stop making consoles in the foreseeable future, because let's be honest, look how much the gaming industry has changed in 10 years. Imagine what it's going to be in another 10.
Yeah.
PlayStation could stop making consoles in the next 10, 15 years for all we know.
I mean,
just
it's
saying.
not very sustainable right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying that generally speaking, if there was a way for Xbox to guarantee that they won't stop making consoles, I feel like a lot of this outrage would go away. Because in the end, I love playing my games. For me, Xbox is where I would prefer to play my third-party games. So as long as those consoles are still there, I personally don't care if Hi-Fi Rush goes to PS5. I don't care because I would still play it on my Xbox, and my Xbox ain't going anywhere. So I personally don't care. If I thought there was a chance that this eventually leads down a road where Microsoft's like, God, we're selling less and less consoles all the time. Why are we bothering to invest billions in releasing these consoles when they're not selling? Let's just put our games everywhere and blah, 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 and not even bother with consoles anymore. Then I've got a problem. Because I don't want to have to only worry about, like, okay. The reason, you have to understand, you need Microsoft in the market. You need them in the market. If we're in a, like, think about how PlayStation are behaving right now, and that's with the other two there. So what are PlayStation doing? Upping the cost of their consoles. As we saw from the leak, they're planning to up the price of their games too. And look at all the other stuff PlayStation is doing, and that's despite Xbox and Nintendo being there. Can you imagine what PlayStation would become if Xbox just decided they're not going to bother?
Oh, God. $100 games.
Exactly. And that's why you need them there. They can't go away. Like, and imagine, and as much as I love Nintendo's games, I don't think I'd want only Nintendo being the one they're making consoles. Have you held a Switch without a special grip on it?
Yeah,
it breaks your hands.
Comfy. Yeah.
And then we'd live in a world where we never bother getting powerful hardware anymore. We'd live in a, like, the only reason Nintendo and PlayStation give an absolute baker's fuck about backwards compatibility is because of Xbox.
Yeah.
The only reason Nintendo and Sony give a fuck about online is because of Xbox.
They brought so much into
digital
into the system.
Like,
I read a funny comment on our forums earlier on that the relationship between Microsoft and its fans is like a guy who keeps reassuring his girl that he loves her, but at the same time carries on texting other girls.
Yeah, basically. So I understand. So I understand why people are getting annoyed, because I think that deep down they think this is a step to a future where maybe Xbox doesn't bother with consoles anymore.
Yeah,
that's where I think a lot of that outrage and annoyance and all that sort of stuff comes from.
Yeah,
I know it does for me personally, because again, I'd prefer not to be in a future where there are no Xbox consoles because Microsoft just don't bother.
I think it's fair to say that we understand and we in many ways agree with the general perception of, if this is true, it's not a great idea, actually, guys. I think we're all in that, like, in terms of from a business perspective, like, we don't get it. Like, you'll have to come out and get a pie chart and some.
I'm an I don't care. So that's
no, but do you think it's a good idea? Let's ignore.
I have no idea.
You're living in the universe. Microsoft released Hi-Fi Rush on PS5. Do you think
I know
it's
so
a good
much of
idea for the
our
Xbox brand?
industry is pretending like we know any of it. At that
Yeah, well,
point,
I'm
I'd be
not
like,
asking if
I'd be
you know.
surprised. I don't get it. But
That's not the
I
question.
also, I know, but the question is legitimately, I have no idea. I don't know.
What do you think? Like, ignore what you know. Or
I
You must
just
have
said,
an opinion on it.
I did. I literally just said, and you ignored it. I said it would be weird. I'm not sure why. I'd be very curious how they sell it. But in the end, I don't think it's going to change much. Like, I know our bubble likes to be very important feeling in, like, well, we charge the discourse that the casuals follow, and it has happened a few times. especially around like the Xbox One launch. There was very vocal online shitting on the Xbox One, which would make you think it was actually a bad launch lineup of games, and it wasn't. It was actually a very good launch lineup. And sometimes that does happen. I'm just always more in the court of I just don't think what we think matters that much, if at all. Like, we don't matter. So I personally would be like, oh, that's weird. I wonder why this one gets chosen. I hope they have a good reason for it. And if they don't, I'll shrug my shoulders and say, all right, whatever, and move on, because I don't personally care that much. Because I don't think after spending all this money, their platform's going anywhere. Like, they're too committed to needing and knowing that they need their own platform. They may also be of the mindset that the EU and other governmental bodies that aren't in the pocket of big businesses are going to start going after walled garden ecosystems. And so it is best, especially if they are going to keep buying things, it is best to have examples you can show. Or like, hey, we said case by case, and hey, look, this one came out multiplat. Is that worth it? Is that good? I don't know, because again, it's just we never have.
There may be a
info.
business. There may be a business element to this from a broader. We have to do some things like this to keep the higher ups from the governments and all the regulatory bodies who are watching us to say, hey, no, hey, you know, we're all kumbaya motherfuckers.
There's chats.
I get that.
Like Jelly Banana in chat. It seems at this point that Microsoft doesn't care about building a strong exclusive portfolio and building up the brand. And it's like, well, they've bought Bethesda, Activision, Blizzard, and King. They do very much care about having a strong portfolio of devs under their publishing. Like,
yeah, but he said exclusives.
I know, and it's that focus on first party exclusives that only actually matters for Nintendo that always drives me crazy, because it's not nearly as important as the overall platform is for Xbox or PlayStation. There's too much emphasis on first party bangers that are exclusive to win list wars, because everyone,
I know. We know
the
that.
the easiest way to do any type of discourse in anything, it doesn't matter if it's sports, games, any hobby you have, music, it's a list war. Well, my band has these songs and they're better. I like these movies more from this guy. He's a better director. It's like, it's the easiest way to get cheap engagement, and it drives everything. And I think in that way, I'm so over it, and I don't care to discuss it.
But you understand, I get that. I get that, and I agree with you. We've spoken about this before. But you understand that PlayStation and Xbox are in two very different positions right now. So, yes, we've known for years, ways, and we've said.
So, from what we can tell from leaks, PlayStation makes a ton of money by spending almost as much. And Xbox makes a ton of money by spending a little less. And focusing on being everywhere, being a platform that you can play pretty much anywhere, whereas PlayStation is, look, if you want to play... You want to play with your friends, they're probably just going to be here. We're the default casual console. And it's a very different position for them being where they are, where Xbox seems healthier. Because like the discussion, and it's super cyclical. It was Xbox dead, PlayStation great, PlayStation dead, Xbox great, and just goes back and forth. And it was literally just, wow, PlayStation's really struggling with the leaks in Insomniac, where it's like their costs are going crazy. It's happening all over the industry. They don't have the approach of being everywhere that Xbox does, and eventually in their own documents they literally said they're going to go multi-platform, which for them is going to be focusing probably console, day and date on PC, and mobile. And where does it go from there on other things? If you've got free to play, like any free to play live service game you have will succeed more if it's everywhere. It'll make way more goddamn money for you, and those are the types. Now, obviously, it's not going to probably happen with a Halo, because that is too
It will
special.
happen with a Bungie marathon, for example.
Yeah, like you have to put your stuff. That's There's no way for them to be successful in the long run.
We've spoken about all this stuff before. I get that. But in the end, we as Xbox gamers, as video gamers, we shouldn't be caring about the money side of it, really.
The only way I care about it is, does it keep them around, and does it help them make more stuff that isn't just the 7 year to make AAA banger? Can things help pay for your Pentiments and your Hi-Fi Rushes that don't make the tons of money that a Starfield does? Because Starfield costs so much money. We don't know exactly how much, but it's probably $100 150 at the most. Like it's not cheap to spend 8 years making a game with 200, 300, 400 people.
No, I know.
So,
but the
but
thing
yes.
is, while Game Pass, right now, while Game Pass is only on Xbox and PC, this stuff kind of matters. Like, unless they're going to get Game Pass on Switch and on PlayStation, which it doesn't look like they are, they probably want them there. That's obvious.
I mean, Phil said Tim Stewart said it. They want it everywhere.
Yeah, they want it there, but it's probably not going to happen. So while Game Pass is only on PC and Xbox, that is why people think that's where your focus should be. So give people a reason to subscribe to Game Pass on Xbox and PC. You don't do that by putting your games on other platforms. Now, I saw Brit in the chat going, oh, but people, why would they buy those games on other platforms when they can just get them as part of their sub? That assumes that everyone wants to try every game on Game Pass. They don't. Some people might only want a couple of games, and if they think they can just buy those and own them forever on Switch, they'll just do it there and won't bother subbing to Game Pass. Like, we've already seen devs come out and say, hey, this game releasing on Game Pass caused our game to get a sales boost on other platforms. Would the same not apply with Xbox's own games? So we loved Hi-Fi Rush. We tried it out on Game Pass. We loved it. So I bought it on my preferred platform, which was PS5 or Switch. Like, again, I understand both sides. I just think that you still ultimately need to give people a reason to be in your ecosystem and on your platform. Ultimately.
And if you keep removing those reasons one by one,
I would say removing is taking the games off. It's lessening. It's not removing the reason. It's lessening the reason.
You are, sure. Okay, we can argue the semantics of the word, but the more that this happens, this will start to become. So let's say fast forward 2 weeks, Microsoft announce it or whatever the case may be, as part of the development. It's coming to whatever platform. Straight away now, the rest of the year, that's the conversation. What game? When is it coming? Is it a year later? Because it's a year since Hi-Fi Rush drops. That's a year exclusive. We'll give it a year. Then there's the next one. That's another reason why Hi-Fi Rush is likely, right? That year window. Here's the next time. It matters for fans of the brand, and it matters for the overall picture, because then the conversation isn't about, I'm going to go and get an Xbox for game 1, 2, and 3. It's going to be, how long do I have to wait until Xbox games 1, 2, and 3 come to what I want to play on?
That's right. Because remember, Xbox is already not the mainstream console of choice.
Yeah. So
you can't look at it from the perspective of, it doesn't matter because, right now Xbox doesn't sell a lot of consoles. So the less they sell as time goes on, the less reason they have to keep making them. Like,
yeah,
but Microsoft is a company that will cut just about anything if they feel like they need to. They were making phones, remember? And what annoys me
They're
is
not as bad as Google, but yeah.
And this is why when gaming media chooses to shit all over Xbox and put all that pressure on Xbox, because remember, I keep saying the Xbox tax is not what people think it is. The Xbox tax isn't. Xbox gets treated the way everyone should get treated. The problem is PlayStation and Nintendo don't get treated that way.
Yeah.
Because what annoys me about mainstream media shitting all over Xbox is once they're gone, everyone ends up wanting them back. So everyone joked about Mixer. Ha ha ha, Mixer shit. Ha ha ha, Mixer this, Mixer that. Once Twitch went to shit, oh man, why didn't Microsoft hold on to Mixer just a little bit more? If only we had Mixer. Once Google and Apple started fucking everyone over in phones, oh man, I wish we had Windows Phone back. You all want Microsoft back after you fucking drove them out. And so the same thing will happen with console gaming. If Microsoft goes away, it will not be long before you're begging for them to come back. So that is why people are getting annoyed. That is why people are looking down
They're
the
getting
road
emotional.
and dooming a little
People are
bit.
getting emotional.
Yes.
I think we've got a
So-
super chat to kind of end
We do.
this
We have
conversation.
a couple of super chats. Lord Meyerhoof, what is that currency? Excuse my ignorance. What is that currency? I don't know. I'm ignorant on this. What's that currency? Because I just see a big number like 50,000, and I'm like,
IDR.
I don't know.
Indian. Is it rupees?
I don't know.
Indonesian
This is their
rupiah.
way to make. Right.
Indonesian
Okay.
rupee. Yeah.
This is their. Thank you very much for that, Lord Meyerhoff. This is their way to make console-less ecosystem, and from their data-driven decision, make it so. But I'm afraid it is too early, like Xbox One. And that's the thing. I don't want a console-less ecosystem. And Phil has said in the past that we understand that native is how everyone prefers, and blah 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 blah. Again, sometimes their words make it sound like they'll never stop making consoles, but again, it's one of those things where these consoles cost them a lot of money to make. Probably more than what Surfaces cost them to make, because they sell Surfaces for a hell of a lot more. They, the what Sony and Nintendo, probably not so much Nintendo, but what Sony and Microsoft bemoan is the fact that these consoles cost so much to make, and R&D and shipping and this and that and the other, and they don't get to sell them at a price that justifies that investment.
Yeah.
$4.99, that magic number. $3.99, $4.99, that magic number. But when they make a laptop, or when they make a tablet, or when they make a phone, they can sell it for whatever the fuck they want. $2,000, $3,000, $1,000, $1,500. So they don't mind. But with console, they're forced into this box where it has to be $4.99 or less. Doesn't matter. Same with games. And this is why I keep saying the video game industry is unique. Our games keep exploding in development cost. 200 million, 300 million. We're approaching 400 million, 500 million for games now. Nah, $60. You can't sell it for any more than that. It's got to be $60. What other industry has that? What other industry is in a situation where the costs of making this products balloons like exponentially? But no, you can't increase the prices. Don't you dare. What? Again, off the top of my head, I can't think of another industry that has that.
Yeah.
Phones? Nah, Apple will keep selling them for more. The prices keep going up. Cars? They'll sell them for whatever they want to sell them for. What other industry are they fixed into a price window? What other industry has that?
None.
So I understand why Microsoft may turn around one day if this situation gets dire with console sales. If it gets dire with console sales, Microsoft being Microsoft could turn around and go, man, this just isn't worth it anymore. Bugger it. We'll keep making our games, and we'll just put them on everyone else's hardware. Why not? Again, I'm not saying they will. I could see a scenario where maybe they do that, and I can understand why people get upset at the idea of that.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't get to that. Hopefully.
Let's see what happens.
People are just seeing this as a step on that path, if it happens.
And like people freaking out that it's PlayStation 5, like someone hard quoted a Jez tweet from back in December 16th saying, no, Xbox isn't porting its console exclusives to PlayStation. It's just hard hopium from fanboys. And then someone's quoted him today and said, oh, that's aged like milk, Jez. And he's replied and said, hey, I never said that about the Switch. So maybe, if you are in that kind of like, oh, this is making me really angry, I think generally everyone feels that the Switch, it's okay. Maybe just let us know when Tears of the Kingdom is going to release its 4K 60 port onto Xbox Series X and S Nintendo any day now. Maybe Super Smash Brothers on Nintendo on Xbox.
Yeah,
That'd be great, right? Give and take, Nintendo, give and take. But anyway,
there's some super chats.
There's still super chats. Let's wrap this up.
I'm happy to keep talking about this. Lao Shimazaki. And now watch Hi-Fi getting a physical release. Oh my god, could you imagine? Like Hi-Fi Rush gets a physical release on other platforms,
Special
but not on Xbox.
edition.
Oh my god! And that's the sort of stuff that just chips away.
Yeah, but again, the price of no physical edition was the value of the shadow drop. Pick and choose.
But
you can't have a
still.
physical edition and a shadow drop.
Yeah,
at the
I know.
same time.
I know. Dead Planet. Do you guys think Phil sees today's chatter? Now, if you mean on this podcast, probably not. But in general, yes, because he's probably been tagged on Twitter 80 million times.
Yeah.
So yes, he would be acutely aware.
Yeah. Dead Planet's got another one I don't think you read out as well. Just a longer one. Straight after Lord Mirror.
Oh, sorry, yes. Hi-Fi Rush on other consoles just feels like Xbox cutting themselves at the knees before giving their console fans a chance to have a huge 2024.
Yeah.
Sorry, what does that mean?
Like
I'm
shooting themselves in the
that.
foot just before going, hey, look at this 2024. They're starting off with this like negative news.
They're not starting off with anything.
No, I know. It's a rumor, right? And this is the thing. Everyone talks in absolutes. Like, this is happening. Let's all freak out. Like, yeah, let's take a.
They wouldn't announce a direct soon as a distraction, Kevin. They would announce a direct soon because it's the plan to announce a direct soon if they're doing one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the plan for a direct, if one happens, probably would have been there for a while.
Yeah.
But remember, even this talk of Xbox games going to other platforms had kind of already been there for the last couple of months. It had already been bubbling around elsewhere. So it didn't just start with Nate's rumor. Nate's rumor has sort of sparked it to life a bit more because Nate does have some weight in terms of leaking stuff. So, and of course, he said it on Resetera, which has contributed to all of that stuff. But yeah, the direct would have been in the plans regardless. I don't think it's got anything to do with that. But yes, Labara with a super chat. Normally Labara X, but not Labara X now, just Labara. The real change will come when casuals who make up 95% of gamers realize what Game Pass is. Most don't even know it exists and just go along with the trend what their friends choose. Correct. That's what I was alluding to earlier with Microsoft's in a different position where they're not the default casual console. And this is where, in my personal view, this would be completely different if Microsoft was the default console like the 360 was.
Yeah.
If Microsoft was... Like if PlayStation started doing this, if you just flip the script and PlayStation with their 50 million consoles and everything and that brand strength and brand power started doing this, yes, the PlayStation fanboys would get all upset, obviously. But I think it would have less impact on their overall business because they're already the default console. So you're not going to have people suddenly going, oh, well, I'm not going to buy a PlayStation console anymore because PlayStation is the default console. They're going to keep buying a PlayStation even if the games came to Xbox.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Funny, I was at Smith's today and I saw a couple and their teenager looking at PlayStation games and the mum was like, oh my God, they're so expensive. And I was looking at it and they were holding, I can't remember what they were holding. They're like a couple of multi-platform games. I'm just like, I wonder if they're in Game Pass. Like, do you even know? Like, but it is the nature of this industry, right? Is PlayStation enjoy that default position of just you think video games, you answer either Nintendo or PlayStation. You don't necessarily answer Xbox. So,
well, and that's what I mean. That's where it's a tricky thing. Like it's, yeah, I don't know. And then, yeah, I mean, there's more I want to say, but there's things I can't say. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know if I'm a fan of it. And I don't like the idea of tiering the importance of certain games. I don't like the inconsistency of it. I don't like...
The biggest painful thing for me is the discourse around it, if I'm honest. Like, because if this happens, this is a conversation that we'll have to have a million times.
Yep.
For the rest of time.
They have.
that depresses the fuck out of me. So if you're watching, Phil, don't do it. It's a bad idea.
We remember, you're talking to Mr. Lock It All Down.
Yeah. Lock it up. Phil. Lock it up.
Lock it up. Like, and this is the
dicks.
funny thing. This is the irony of this whole situation. I don't know if irony is the right word, but the funny thing about this whole situation is Microsoft could have made themselves or could make themselves the default console by locking up COD.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, they can do things like this later down the track, and it doesn't matter because they're the default console. Now, I know they're not going to lock down COD. We've had this conversation before. I'm just speaking in hypotheticals now. If they lock down COD, that would be a move that would suddenly turn things around and make them the default console.
I am curious to see what effect saying COD's available day one on Xbox Game Pass, or play it 4 days early on Xbox, whatever benefit they can give themselves, what effects that would have on the masses, right?
The only benefit would be Game Pass. Everything else, they said it will be everywhere.
But in terms of sales, because
no
if you've got a lapsed customer who used to play COD on 360 and maybe skips the Xbox One gen, and then they find out that, oh, hang on, Microsoft own Xbox now. It's at the Xbox showcase. It's on the Xbox channel for trailers. It's got Xbox branding all over it. It's on Xbox Game Pass. I get these perks as part of Game Pass Ultimate. Blah, blah, blah. Like, that starts to just trickle into the mainstream a little bit. I'm curious to see when the first one happens that drops on Game Pass, what the outcome is, I guess, down the line. But we'll
theoretically, it should, in theory, help console sales, because why pay full price when you can get it on Game Pass? I just don't know if that will happen in reality, because Xbox isn't the default console.
And also because you're living in a world where, as Phil has numerous times said in interviews, Xbox One console generation, worst one to lose. People have built their digital libraries, their digital friendships on their platforms of choice. So you have to hope that snowball effect happens to not just one person, but all of his friends, because what's he going to do? Is he going to go out and, guys, let's long-term think this. Let's big picture this. Let's all get an Xbox and spend this money now so that we can play this game for free and all future games for free as part of our Xbox Game Pass subscription? Or am I just going to still buy it on PlayStation because that's where my friends are now? And that's the reality that they have to contend with in terms of what's the actual effects it's going to have on console sales. Maybe not as big as you'd think. Now, if they turned around and did what you said and whoosh, lock it up and said, hey, Call of Duty is no longer releasing on PlayStation this year, suck it up, people, that would have an effect on console sales. It would also be screamed about. But yeah, there you go. Chat, I think that was a lengthy debate. Don't forget to hit that like button if you've enjoyed the conversation today. I know we've, we went on a bit there, but hopefully you enjoyed it.
We only made the same points about 6, 7, 8, 20, 30 times.
Let him do his
I
thing.
could keep going on making the same points over and over again in different ways.
I know, but like, I think the conversation was fine. I don't think we got carried away with anything. I don't think we spiraled out of control.
You immediately just went to worst case scenarios over and over again, but sure.
But no, I didn't go to those worst case scenarios. What I did was, no, I didn't. What I did was try and explain. What I did was try and explain why I think people are getting quite upset
these worst
and emotional.
Case scenarios are going to happen. I know.
No, that's not what I was doing at all. You weren't even listening.
I was listening.
You weren't even listening.
I was.
No, you weren't.
That's why I was in so much pain.
Super chat from.
It's a contentious subject, even here.
Super chat from Alvin. COD will 100% help console sales. Xbox bundles will be on shelves in every retailer. No PS COD bundles for the first time in a decade. I mean, I think it'll help somewhat.
Yeah.
It's the best game.
How
The
much?
best-selling game of the year being completely associated with a different console again will definitely shake things up somehow.
Yeah. Be curious to see what the effects are, I think, in the end.
It won't be immediate. I don't think you'll see an immediate impact. It might take some time for that to filter through and start to bear fruit.
It will be immediate because it's the biggest selling game every year. How much immediate? That will grow over time, but there will be an immediate effect.
There you go. Anyways,
Yeah. I don't know.
thank you, chat, for all of the super chats and all of the back and forth. It's been good.
If you keep sending them, we'll keep talking about it.
Yeah, pretty much. But in the interest of drawing a line,
All right,
under
Xbox.
that
Okay,
conversation-
Xbox hasn't muddied the waters. They've done nothing so far. If Xbox
is that-
muddy the
is that
waters,
a-
LeBron, get used to it, boys. This conversation isn't going away when Xbox continues to muddy the waters. If they continue to muddy the waters, not that they are.
stickler for the detail.
Yeah, it matters.
Yeah, details matter. Details matter. Jack Reacher said that. All right. I think it's time to lighten the mood somewhat. And hey, if you're new to watching this live, like if you were normally in the Game On Daily camp, we're going to play Name a Game.
Yeah.
I hit the button.
Yeah.
Buzzing.
I gave you the
So-
buzzer 2 hours ago.
Yeah,
but you
I know,
just
I
kept
know, I
talking
know.
so much.
If you're new to the XboxEra podcast, because we've definitely got more numbers than usual this week, this is Name a Game, where we play, Nick and I, for our patrons every week, and they can win a game from our plethora of many, many game codes that we have to hand. If you want to be in a chance for us to win you a game code, you simply need to be a Patreon member, because we will select one of you at random every week. You can do that by heading over to patreon.com/XboxEra. Nick, who are we playing for this week?
This week, we are playing for someone who I believe is still in the chat. New patron, Mr. Hipshot. I am
Yep.
playing for Mr. Hipshot.
Nice.
And Sick is playing for Mark, another new
Mark.
patron.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Just Mark. That's it.
Hi,
M-A-R-C. Mark.
If you're
I
new-
don't know if...
Go on.
I was going to say, I don't know if Mark is watching, but Mark... And this is the first game of the new year, so scoreboard starts
A
anew.
fresh. A
Yes.
refresh.
Still
if
waiting
you've never,
for Sonic.
Yeah, you know,
Give me
we're
one
waiting.
wait.
If you've never played Name a Game before, the nutshell is Jesse will come up with names of games, but change all the words around to mean the same thing, but different. A synonym.
Synonyms.
Example I'll always give is A Perfect Dark would become Immaculate Shadow as an example. So let's find out what the theme is this week, Jesse. What have we got?
Games releasing in 2024.
Games Xbox will port to PlayStation and Switch.
Yes, that's a good one. What is it really?
Games Xbox will port to PlayStation and Switch.
Oh my god, that's a dumb topic.
Nope. You have no idea how many games Microsoft has published. It is many, many hundreds. I did not
But
go
didn't
for
you
the
say
big ones.
will?
It's
Will? Did you
jokingly
say
will. The
port?
joking will. Fuckface.
Ah.
Jesus Christ. Not will.
Because then you said they
Okay.
have done.
What? No, I
They
said
have
games
done.
Xbox
Released.
will port to PlayStation and Switch as a joke. Will.
Yeah.
Joke. Xbox first party
Okay.
games.
Okay, let's go.
More obscure
Let's
ones at times. All right. Number one is... Oh, I got to set my whole thing up here so I can give it to you in chat at the same time. 'cause
Oh,
I'm so nice.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
but I still don't actually know what the topic is.
Xbox first party games Xbox Microsoft has published. The IP they own. That
Okay.
has already
There you go.
released.
nice and
On
easy.
other platforms. On other platforms.
Anything they've published that was only on Xbox, so it would be ported. Thus the word port.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
do you
might
get
have
it?
got
It's
some wrong.
Xbox first party games. The end. That's it.
Oh, okay. That's the
All
topic.
right, okay,
okay.
there we go. We get in there in the end, chat. We get in there. In
It's
the
gonna be a
end.
lot harder to give you this in chat. It is number one. Crazy repetition hyphen of events. Oh wait, it's crazy hyphen repetition of events. Put a hyphen under after crazy.
So crazy repetition's one word?
Crazy hyphen repetition of events. I've changed it.
How
Yeah, I
many
forgot
words
to-
is this?
Yeah, but how many words is it?
One compound word.
Ah. Ah. Crazy repetition of events.
Cisco Roke got it
Xbox
again.
first
God,
party
he's so
game.
fast. John's got a chance now.
Crazy repetition of events.
I'll give one hint. Not beloved.
Jesus Christ, that narrows it down.
Yeah.
For the past decade, it
The
definitely
Xbox
was.
tax comes in.
In the
One word.
group
Crazy
of
repetition of
launchish
events.
games for the Xbox One, this is the one people don't think fondly of.
Oh, that's
The most.
easy. That is easy.
Second Mechanico.
Loco Cycle.
Correct.
It was fucking awful. I mean, it was really bad. It wasn't a good game. Let's be honest.
It's okay.
I saw what they were going for, but getting through it was a slog.
Oh, it was so painful.
All right, I can't really
God,
give this
I
to you in
actually,
chat.
I actually remember playing that and thinking, like, what is this? What is
was
this?
Actually, it actually was pretty tight. It actually played quite well.
Yeah, it just
I-
it
I-
didn't feel terrible, but as a game, as an experience, not very good. All right,
Many-
number 2 to keep
many
things going
thank you.
fast. One word. That word being, well, the game is one word, but it's many words. Cool hyphen hedgehog hyphen with hyphen gun hyphen trapes. One word. Cool
Can I
hedgehog
have that
with a
in the
gun.
chat?
I didn't even.
Cool hedgehog with a gun. Trapes. Cool hedgehog with a gun.
Can I have it in the chat? I need to see it.
Yeah,
Jesus
like I need to
Christ.
see it. Like I,
Cool hedgehog with a gun.
with a gun traipse.
Traits.
Bam, bam, bam. It is Peppa Pig. Way to go. No, no one said Peppa Pig.
First party game.
First party game, Cool Hedgehog with a gun.
Microsoft published owned IP. That's like the overarching theme. Things they own. This
I know
character
the
is known
first
as
word, but I'm
Blank the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I know.
I'm very confused by this one.
Yeah, I know Cool Hedgehog with a gun. I understand that part. It's the rest that I don't get.
Well,
I
I
can't
know
think
what
of an
traits
Xbox.
is.
Oh, see, I don't know what Trapes is.
Oh, okay. I know
So
what
you've got the second half of the game. I've got the first half of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know what
It's
Trapes is.
Microsoft first party?
Yeah,
They
I
own
know.
the
I
IP,
don't know
but I
what
don't
this
think their
is.
first party ever made it.
I mean,
Just buzz
It's
us
a
out. Just
shooter.
buzz us
yeah,
out.
I don't know.
It is
this
a
one.
shooter.
Just buzz us out.
Beloved that people always want to see come back.
Brute force, obviously, right?
Just
Right.
buzz us out. Just buzz us out.
Jesus Christ. It's
Yeah, I don't know this.
Shadowrun.
Oh, Shadow is
For
Sonic the
fuck's
Hedgehog's
sake.
cool friend. Shadow Run Trapes. Yeah, okay.
God.
That's good. That's
Thank
good.
you.
What's Trapes? What's Trapes?
Run, go,
Yeah.
go out, go on an adventure, go for a
Wee,
walk,
la, 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 la.
go on a journey.
You're traipsing
I will
about.
traipse around. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay,
Shadowrun.
fine.
That's
Next
really
one.
good.
I
Stop
can't
wasting
believe
time.
Cool Hedgehog with a gun with a shadow.
It is. It's Shadow.
Come on.
What the fuck
What's the
else would
next
it be? You say cool hedgehog with a gun, everyone thinks of Shadow. Next one is Azure. Pull hyphen concerning.
Azure.
So 2 words.
2 words total. Second Mechanico.
2 words?
Oh, buzz.
Yeah.
Blue Dragon.
Correct.
Yeah. I was about to say blue something, and yeah.
I had to think of another way to say dragon. Because I can't just say wyvern or some
Yeah.
version of that every time.
I was about to say blue stinger, but then I remembered that's a Dreamcast game.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. For
Okay.
a potential win and to keep things moving along, we have Folk Tale 2, bar contests. Nick.
Fable 2 pub games?
Correct.
Nice.
Imagine if they brought back that to the Switch. Why not?
Yeah.
All right. For a potential win, or a potential tie. We have. All right, put this in chat for you real quick. And then try to get there. We have string mouth hyphen instrument dash E colon deranged and takes hyphen off. String mouth hyphen instrument dash E colon deranged and takes hyphen off.
Deranged and takes off.
String and mouth are both instruments.
First party.
Yep. I couldn't put string instrument. I assume it's string instrument, mouth instrument, E. Deranged and takes off.
Oh.
Sick.
I just got it.
Oh.
Fuck. Banjo Kazooie.
Nuts and bolts.
Nuts and bolts. Yeah. That is great. The E, and
there's
the
no way
string
else
mouth.
to
I was
do-
like
yeah.
harmonica. Yeah.
How else do you get the kazoo E?
Yeah.
All right. Here's one. Now that Nick has lost, whichever one we can. Oh yeah,
That's
there's
really
that thing.
good.
Whenever John wins, we have to remember to go with. Okay. The next one is rather short.
I will have a piece of celebratory Terry's chocolate orange. Thank you.
The next one's very short, one word, hyphenated by me, but the actual answer is one word as I clear the buzzers. That word being curse hyphen gross. Curse hyphen gross. Curse hyphen gross. One word.
Curse.
I put
Gross.
curse on you.
Ugh. Is it now a first?
Now
Oh,
it is.
IP.
Yes, this one was just because I thought it was stupid. Sick.
Hexen?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, hex works,
I'm out.
but N? N doesn't work.
Yeah, I
with
don't
gross.
know. Hex.
Yeah.
Gross.
Oh, I think this one was always first. This is the one that gets confused with Hexen. Because of the name.
Oh, fuck.
Get fucked.
Okay.
Nick, it's all you.
It also,
Starting the timer,
Nick,
though.
it also begins with an H, I think, if memory serves.
Nick.
Heretic.
No. Hexic. Hexic.
Oh, hexic.
First gross.
Because when you
Hex.
said H, and it gets confused with hex, and I was like, oh, heretic.
Yeah, heretic
Yeah.
is what I was going to go for, but yeah, hexic actually makes perfect sense.
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
hexic. Yeah, this was always the hexic was always. I don't know if it was first party, but it was always an
It
exclusive.
was always theirs. And yeah, like not first party made, but they published them.
Yeah, it was
They published
made
an
by Alexi.
insane amount of stuff.
Made by Alexi, the maker of Texas.
Texas?
Tetris.
Yeehaw, boy, I made myself another video game. Woo!
Tetris.
And by Texas was made by Mexico, so gotta remember that.
Alexi Pajitnov made Texas.
Oh, it's so funny.
How are
like,
you doing,
minor
partner?
Minor tangent. Big congrats out to, I think it's Blue Scooty, 13-year-old that beat the original NES Tetris, right? As was all
Beat
over
it
the
by
news this
breaking
week. Right now, good shout out to go watch the Tetris movie because it's a hilarious romp.
It's fantastic movie.
Semi-based in truth, right? But I was
Fantastic
watching
movie.
a clip. I was talking to my missus about the Sky News reporter that got dragged by Twitter for being like, go outside, completing a game's not a life goal, you know,
Yeah,
as a
man.
mother, all of that nonsense, right?
Great job with
But
the
then
darts.
I saw a clip where they got surprised by the original creator of Tetris and the guy from the publishing company, the Hank guy, whatever his name is, Hank, whatever his face, and we had like a double take. He looks like, you know, like Chris Pine's got quite distinctive face and eyes. This guy came on with this beautiful chiseled, like Sam Ellis type moustache. It was like, yeah, I'm Hank, and I was like, holy shit, he's quite devilishly handsome, isn't he? And she was like, yeah, he's a silver fox. So yeah, there you go. As handsome as Chris Pine in real life. There you go. Slight
Nice.
tangent. Carry on with the game.
The next one is Orange-Chips Smash Circuit. Sick.
I was going to go with Valve the Orange Box, but this is not that.
Again, not an Xbox IP or an
Turn
Xbox
orange.
property so much
No,
as just
I don't know what
something,
you were
Oh,
thinking.
something they
I
published.
know. Doritos Crash Course, Doritos Crash
Correct.
Course, Doritos
Yeah,
Crash
They
yeah,
Course.
published
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's close enough in this stupid
Good
fucking
game.
game.
Good game.
Better than it has any right to be game.
Yeah.
They were playing it on
More stuff like that in Game Pass, please.
They were playing it on a stream that I watch, and they were like, "How is this so good? It's just some stupid little throwaway company game." Like, yeah, I know this control's great.
Yeah. Orange chips, Doritos.
All right, next one is. Gotta put in the thing. Dim reveries cannot expire.
Dim Reveries.
Sick.
Dark dreams don't die.
Correct. D4. Dark dreams.
You said
don't die.
you said game. You said game reveries cannot expire. But
said
then you
dim.
typed dim. He said game.
Well,
Did he?
John got it.
Yeah.
I
and
just
I'm
read it
like,
in the
what
chat.
hell, like game? Well, that's why I got confused because I read dim in the chat and heard him say game, and I'm like, what?
I was thinking. I think I might have been reading something else, but Nick,
Maybe got confused
Nick
with
lost.
modern
so-
vintage gamer.
Yeah, Nick didn't win, so we're all happy.
Was that the last one?
No, there's 3 more. I'm trying to do them fast, but John kept doing long stories.
Okay,
Oh wow.
go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still the normal 10. But all right, next one is Uncommon Redo. There's 2 left.
Uncommon redo.
Mm-hmm. Sick.
Rare replay.
Correct.
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's fucking drubbing. Jesus Christ. The guy's, he's dead. Stop pounding him in the face with your meat. All right, next one is Condition of Decomposition. 365 Days of Not Dying version. I put it in chat. Condition of Decomposition. 365 Days of Not Dying version.
State of Decay. What the hell is the name of that?
It's
State of Decay.
Just try and get to end.
Day
Yeah.
one. Yeah. It's like State of Decay. It's that remake one of
Yeah.
State of Decay that they did where they
Year
brought it back
one
again. It's
Survival
like
Edition.
that stupid name. Yeah.
I should have put
Yeah,
first,
I think
365
give him
days,
that.
whatever. Getting to State of Decay.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
enough. Well, there you go. You got one at the end to make it less pathetic.
I got 2 or 3. I got 2 or 3 in the end.
We pretend to not
that's
remember
good.
about that. But all right, and that is Name a Game. Congratulations
There you
to
go.
whoever John was playing for. I forget.
Mark, how could you
Mark.
forget?
Oh, hi,
Just
Mark.
playing for Mark, mate. Hi, Mark. Thank you
Just
for your
Mark.
support.
I did win for
If
him.
you-
I did.
Contact Jesse, reach out on the forums or on the Discord, and Jesse will show you a list of games, and you can pick
Oh,
a code for one of
Sure,
those.
where you were
games.
going with
Isn't
what
that
I'm going
fun?
to show them. I was like,
Well, that's the executive producer tier of Patreon. If you were watching this today or listening to this on Spotify or whatever podcast platform of choice, and you want to be in Name a Game, just head to patreon.com/XboxEra and you could be in with a chance. Who knows? It could be you. Anyway, one of the other exclusive perks of being on our Patreon is you get to annoy Nick and I with long-winded community questions. And I'm sure this week's ones are going to be great. Let's dive in before Nick takes his shirt off.
Oh, it's so hot here because it was like 27 first thing in the morning, and my
that what you
house is
love?
hot and the aircon's not on. Yes, but when I'm in a room with the door closed and everything, it's becomes stifling. Okay. First question. Jesse brother. Merry New Year panel. After like 15 years, I finally got around to watching Pixar's movie Up. Fantastic movie. It was a great flick, but within 20 minutes I was crying like Jim Ryan when the ABK deal was first announced. John, great job on the what to expect in 2024 video. Have to admit that it made me a little sad, as 2 of the games I'm looking forward to the most are likely going to be delayed yet again because of the conflict in the Ukraine. Damn you, okay, trying to avoid getting too political. But my question is, what are the odds of at least replaced coming out in 2024?
I actually think both are going to come out this year. Like when I said it's going to get delayed again for Stalker 2, I just meant out of Q1. Like I still think both are going to land this year. So
I wouldn't be surprised if replaced is that random December game. that just comes out at the start of December. That sort of weird post Black Friday sales, post hype fall period of October, November, and just kind of disappears into the ether. I'm
hoping it won't disappear. I'm hoping it will be.
Oh, I hope it won't, because the game looks great.
So good. Like I'm more excited for that than Stalker. But yeah.
That's the stuff I do get,
Jesse brother.
Yeah, that's the stuff I do get more excited about. And Up is so good. Up's great.
Up is a great movie.
That is.
It's not my favorite Pixar, but it's.
Oh no.
It's good. The first 10 minutes are sublime visual storytelling. So.
Yes, but my favorite part is still when they're on wherever their destination is in South America, and they meet the bird,
Angel
and then
Falls.
the way the bird, Kevin, is talking back to them, like the old man's like shoo, and the bird's like wah, 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 and it's like talking back to them. I laugh uncontrollably every time I see that bit. The way the bird just talks back to them, it's fantastic. Okay, Morventhus. Merry New Year panel. Pick one or both. What are some New Year's resolutions for the site? Or B, should we take bets on how many leaks Nick will inform us about this year? Maybe make a contest out of it. And then it says, I'm not implying anyone should be given a reward just for fun on question B. I'm guessing Nick will inform us of 4 leaks this year, as we seem to be winding down on leaks. There will be way more than 4. There is going to be way more than 4. If the DMs I have been receiving over the last 2 weeks are anything to go by, there will be way more than 4. Way more. New Year's resolution for the site.
More scheduled content.
John, Morventhus, put a pin in this question and ask next month on some of the New Year's. I mean, briefly, I can mention we're going to do a bit of a branding refresh across the board: podcast, YouTube channel, thumbnails, intros, all of that jazz. But expect, I would argue, maybe twice as much content as last year. This year. I think that could be.
We had
achievable.
a shocking amount. That would be a lot.
How
about this?
Did.
I don't think we need more. I think we need to focus on our quality. It's good. We get it even better.
Yeah,
because we had a lot of shit.
Be a good year.
And you can only get so much on YouTube. I think the big thing, especially, will be how can we grow Patreon with cool exclusives and stuff like that. That would be a big focus, most likely.
The Patreon for us is key, right? Because frankly, and I'm speaking to the whole chat here that are watching the show live, but our patrons, you've seen the glut of not just game development teams, but entire websites. Just you're gone, and they've started to go and form their own independent outlets. We are one of those outlets, right? I'd argue you go watch the videos that we put out and the website that we've built and the podcast we put on, and they're higher quality than most other stuff out there. Like I'm going to kiss my own ass when I say that, but it's true. So like, if you want to see more of this, like help us get there. Like we need that help, but we want to make sure that the Patreon is something worthwhile. So there'll be lots of attention on giving back to that community that supports us so importantly. So yeah, there's loads of things planned. Don't worry. It's going to be a really good year. And we've got episode 200 coming up in 7 episodes.
Yeah.
6 episodes, really. Yeah. That's going to be a good week.
And normally I would say for this next question, don't be this long unless you're as supportive as this son of a bitch is.
Yeah, this is an executive producer.
Executive producer J White 723. Hey guys, Happy New Year. So lately my girlfriend and I have really enjoyed putting together the Lego flower bouquet sets and placing them around the house. But they don't smell. We've also discovered that there are legit Lego artists, sites, and what have you. I mean, there's TV shows called Lego Masters where they build ridiculous stuff.
Man, some of the stuff that they build.
Oh my god!
I'm like, how do you just even
I know,
approach it?
I know. It's like
It all
you have to
fucking
be
moves and
yeah, you need to be like a literal engineer.
yeah, it's
Like
nuts.
it's just insane. We've also discussed. Yeah. So here's my thought process. I don't know if Fortnite has locked in the rights for all Lego partnerships, but I think Microsoft should truly shoot to make the ultimate Lego experience called Legocraft. And I don't know if that would happen. Choose from a database of every single Lego piece ever created. Have the ability to change the color of every piece. Discontinued pieces would have some type of notification. Use Microsoft AI to help search for specific pieces and record the steps taken to complete the project. True physics, fit, scale, etc. Implement the ability to export your project into real life, kind of like AutoCAD, with full instructions and list of parts. Share your project with the Lego company for the chance to have your project published and sold on their site under some new Lego user-created theme. What do you think about the idea? I think that's a good idea, but why would Lego not just do that themselves?
Read the rest.
Yeah.
There's an edit.
Yeah.
Edit. XboxEra patron Zip informed me that this literally already exists. It's called Bricklink Studio, and it's absolutely incredible. Mr. Spencer, please work with the Bricklink team. It was acquired by Lego in 2019. Bring it to Xbox, add some tutorials, community playlist challenges, so many possibilities. Allow people to create entire maps, levels, game modes in Lego form, and you have a true Fortnite competitor. Ugh, I want it, and sorry for the long post.
You're allowed.
Because
Quite all right.
like to me, that's when I read that, I'm like, why would Lego not just do that themselves?
Well, effectively they didn't, but then they bought
yeah.
the company that did.
Yes, and
seeing it in
Microsoft
video
has
game
Minecraft.
form- yeah.
I just
Seeing it in video game form, I love the idea of like the creativity of like sitting there in a virtual world and like, right, I'm going to do this. And I'm gonna
Yeah.
use AI, and then I can press a button and it can go get made. Like, or you
Yes.
could order all the bricks and they'd go in a bag, and you could just take it and go and build it at home. That's a really cool idea, and I don't think it's necessarily going to happen in a video game world because that kind of thing can be done on a web browser with the right setup. But regardless, it's fun.
Ooh,
I just
You
yeah,
like
it's
Lego
on
Bricktails, John.
does
That's in
I did.
Quest 3, and it's really fun there.
Is it? You're looking down at it and it's
You
in
are,
mixed
yeah,
reality?
it's mixed reality. You can go into full reality if you get the
Ooh,
full with a white
that'd be
background,
cool.
but it's mixed reality, and you're looking at every level, and you can pick them up and move them around. They sent it to me to test out, and yeah, it's really good.
Okay.
So question: does Minecraft exist in physical form via Lego or Mega Bloks?
Lego have a partnership with Minecraft, but it's Lego Minecraft. It is not Minecraft. It's not like the blocks are Minecraft shaped blocks. They're Lego blocks made to look like Minecraft. Does that make sense? Am I making any sense here?
Well, that's what
But
I'm asking.
They
I'm
have the
asking-
partnership.
Oh, it does. It does exist. Okay, so they do have Lego Minecraft. Okay, fair enough. I was
Yeah,
just
but I
curious.
streamed Lego Bricktails, John. If you go look at my old streams, it's really good.
I'll go check it out. I'm trying to. Is Lego Bricktails the really gorgeous one? That,
Yes.
Or is it the one that's a little bit more arcadey that I reviewed more recently?
No. Lego Bricktails is the
the
super
one.
beautiful one.
Yeah,
really beautiful.
You've got the
dioramas.
Yeah, you got the diorama, and you go and you're playing the kid who's helping his grandpa through time.
Yeah.
Labara with a super chat. Episode 200 with Matrick and Jim Ryan. Oh man, could you imagine?
Matrick
I like
and
that.
Jim Ryan.
Yeah. Okay, next question. ShadyPinesSteve. I stole this from
Our favorite.
Brad at Nextlander. Yes. But I'd love to hear the responses. If the Xbox Era podcast was consumed orally, what would it taste like? Have a good one and keep up the good work. It would taste like Fruity Flakes from
2/3 of it, but
Control.
what I've got that too. But what would John taste like? Vape. It would just be
Well,
gross.
Baked
You
beans.
could taste maybe like this is a concoction of bubblegum, kiwi fruit, and strawberry. But look, let's cut the bullshit here. All right, we ain't
It
tasting
tastes like
Fruity Flakes.
Control.
We're not tasting
Yeah.
like Control. We're not tasting like vape. We're gonna taste, like if you went for a run, right? And I'm speaking for the gentleman here. You go for a run, maybe for like an hour,
Sweaty
right? And you
balls.
come back, and you maybe just put your hand under there and just that's what we taste like.
What would be taste like something you smell?
Because that's what
That
taste is.
smell, that's the taste.
What do you think taste
Kind of
is?
salt and sweat and
Taste is entirely
It's your
felt-
mouth.
a fu-
You eat it.
It's a function of smell. Like that's why when you get COVID and your nose isn't working, you can't smell
I
anything.
know
you have a
your
taste.
mouth and I know your mouth and nose are linked, but still, like
Not
We would
still,
taste
they
that
hashtag
are.
Fruity Flakes control.
I like Jesse Brothers' answer. We taste like victory.
Sure.
I'm fine with this. Let's go with that.
Okay. We taste like Control, as we are sponsored by Control.
Fine.
Okay, next question. Zip. Now that Xbox has multiple fridges and a toaster, what Xbox-inspired household appliance / kitchen gadget would you like to see them make next? I like
Massager.
this question.
A
Yeah, massager.
massager
Massager.
with the X logo on the end of the ball.
Internet browsing.
Yeah, massager.
I would
Ooh,
like.
no, I
I
know.
mean, let's complete the set. A kettle has to be the next thing. So you can buy like, if someone's buying a home for the first time, you can buy a kettle, toaster, and a fridge all in one thing. There you go, mate. Enjoy. And they're set up to live in their new home, and it's all Xbox branded. But like, I don't know
See
what
if I
that
can
kettle would
have-
do.
What is it?
An
Bing.com
Xbox
/
stick
create.
vacuum. An Xbox stick vacuum.
An
because they
Xbox themed Henry Hoover. So
Yeah.
one of the green and black.
A stick vacuum because they suck up all the exclusives away and then
Publish
empty
them
it
on
out
other
onto
platforms.
All the other platforms, all the rubbish. They empty it out. They go bloop onto all the other
see,
platforms.
Tom Henderson's agreeing with the kettle idea. Xbox kettle because the Xbox discourse always has my blood boiling. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
have
that's a
Bing
good one.
Image Create give me an Xbox butt plug, but they won't. It's blocked.
Can you try
Can
an Xbox Henry the Hoover, please?
An
Xbox
Xbox
themed square Henry the Hoover.
an Xbox blender, like a NutriBullet, but an Xbox one.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
How many blocks?
Okay, so there's some discussion back and forth. Where's the
yeah,
next
you can
question?
skip a bunch. I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Ash.
The Ash Cohen 09. What is the one Xbox game that you are hoping to hear more of this year that has already been announced? It does not have to be releasing this year, just to hear and see more. I feel like we get this question in various forms a lot.
Yeah. South of
Um,
Midnight or Perfect Dark.
Yeah, South of Midnight or Perfect Dark.
Gears Collection.
Those are the
they-
two for me.
Yeah, Gears. Yeah, I'd like to hear about the Gears Collection. That's not announced. Gears Collection's not announced.
Yeah.
It has.
But
These
yes,
rumors are obviously true the way people treat them. So
They're
it's been announced.
obviously announcements. They're official announcements.
Yeah, the rumor mill is
yes,
actually
perf-
the official announcement mill. We just never bothered updating it.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
we
right.
need to change that.
So yes, Perfect Dark and South of Midnight, but overall probably Perfect Dark, just because of that affinity with the Nintendo 64 and the fact that we've been looking forward to Perfect Dark for so long. But
Yeah.
yes, probably overall Perfect Dark. What about you, Jesse?
Man, I have really liked Rare stuff, so I am very interested in whatever
Jeez.
Wild is. Like, I would like to know
Ever
now,
Wild.
because that one is just one where it's like, it was announced, it looked like a specific thing, but it's been rebooted, and it's been years under new leadership on that game, including like
What is it?
Probably most of the Sea of Thieves guys. So yeah, I'm really curious what it's become.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, that's fair. That's a good answer.
Bet your ass it's fair.
Okay. Hugh. So for a while, I've been considering getting a PC handheld, but can't really afford it. After a pretty awful Christmas and New Year's, torn meniscus, tonsillitis, COVID, broken sofa, sideswiped in a car crash.
Jesus
and
Christ,
more.
man.
I know.
All right. I'll be
I am
nice. I'll
thinking-
sell this to you
I'm-
for $1,000. What do you say?
Yeah. I'm thinking of going radical and selling my Xbox and PlayStation consoles, including my old physical catalog. I spend 90% of my gaming time in handheld mode on the Switch anyway, so I'm thinking, why not play my Xbox PlayStation games that way too? Sound logic. Just wondering if you had any suggestions, please. I was originally looking at the Steam Deck, but I have heard the performance isn't the best. I already have a old Steam account and can pick up most things on Steam dirt cheap. The main issue putting me off is that I treasure playing local co-op games with my daughter, so I'm not sure how I would do that. Also, I think the deck doesn't support PC Game Pass. Mate, that MSI CLAW
Maybe.
looks like it might be the thing for you. I said
Maybe.
might be the thing for you. Just wait for CES to see all the competitors and all that sort of stuff.
For pretty much, like, I can break down. You've got the Steam Deck, which is if you are all in on the Steam ecosystem and like Linux is the way to go. But if you're not, if you are all in on PC Game Pass, there's a ROG Ally and there's the Legion Go. And I would go Legion Go because especially if you want to do local co-op and stuff like that, the amount of shit you can plug into that Legion Go, because it has a 40 gigabit per second USB-C port on the top and the bottom. So if you get yourself...
You ran a whole podcast on one of these, right?
You can get a little dock, a little USB-C or USB-C dock. It's like $60. I daisy chained this to another powered USB hub, and I plugged 20 things into it, and they all ran max speed and didn't overheat or have any issues. The I/O on the Legion Go is incredibly good. So unless it's similar on the MSI and the performance comes, because my issue with the MSI is going to be how are the drivers. I had to update on the Go, and it's been perfect. Like, I can get 60, 80, 100 FPS in freaking Starfield on that thing at like 800p and with 144 hertz display. Like, for me, I've used a Steam Deck. I've used a ROG Ally way less than I've used this now, but that one is still my easy choice overall.
Fair. Yeah.
Just wait for CES and see what else comes of.
Yeah.
There you go.
That MSI is going to have
Hugh,
to be
I hope you're all recovered and feeling better.
Yeah.
It's a bummer. Like, it sounds like a rough go of it. So fingers crossed 2024 improves in all regards.
If the Claw has decent battery life, oh boy.
With those specs, it will not.
No,
I'm saying if it has decent battery life.
The most you can hope for is like what the Go
modest.
has, which is like 2 hours at max. Like, but then if you're playing, depending on what you're playing, you can drop it down, and you can get like 4 or 5. But like Intel isn't known for being super efficient.
We'll see. Hytham G. Wow, I'm surprised Hytham G is so far down the list here. Very surprising. Happy New Year, gents. I hope we all look forward to things within this year and such, but here is predictions of this year. A reveal of a new Banjo-Kazooie game and some other Microsoft 3D platformers with the help of Toys for Bob. A title of the OD by Kojima to be revealed. Didn't we get that?
That is the title.
If there is a Darkwing Duck somewhere, MS and Nintendo partnership reveal, please tell us what it is. P.S. Tomorrow is
Hi-Fi Rush coming to Switch.
Tomorrow is the Orthodox Christmas, and Nick, I bet the people in Australia that has Greek people there are going to celebrate it. Although I don't know if you celebrate that kind of holiday and such. No, we don't. I think all the Greeks here just celebrate Christmas when everyone else does. I don't know if we bother with the Orthodox versus whatever. Yeah. We do that with Easter. With Easter, we do the Orthodox version, but with Christmas, we just celebrate it the 25th with everyone else.
We got some long ones.
OD got revealed, so OD is the title. Yeah. Unless what Hytham means is
what the game is actually.
As in what the game is, like more about what the game actually is. Which man, I still hope it's a PT like game. Oh, it'd be so good.
He wants to know what Darkwing Duck means. Things change.
If there is things change. Darkwing Duck means things change.
For a reason we can't get into. It's too sad of a story.
Okay. Mr. Hipshot, our new patron, who I also played for in Name a Game.
Who you failed miserably.
He's still watching. He's playing catch up. So
he's playing catch up.
No spoilers. Nick's playing for me. I'm like,
yeah. I was just looking at Baldur's Gate 3 on True Achievements. It has a player count of 53,000. I went over and looked at True Trophies and PSN profiles to compare, and it says 26 to 29,000 players. The actual player count is going to be so much higher for both platforms, I know, but I wonder if this could be an indicator for the purchasing trends of the game. I know this is incomplete data because this only counts users that register with the site, but it's still very interesting, especially seeing Baldur's Gate 3 near the top of the Xbox charts lately. But don't you think there'd be more trophy hunters than achievement hunters? No, and I'll explain why. It's even more impressive considering it only came out in December for Xbox and it's been the full $70. BG3 came out in September for PS and it's even been on sale since then. I'm curious to see if actual sales numbers get released by platform, and maybe I'm dead wrong about this because, you know, Xbox players don't buy games. The achievement versus trophy thing, you have to remember achievements, the platform, and achievements as a industry outside of Xbox, so websites and communities building, it's been around a lot longer than trophies. So I think that might be why you find the higher numbers on Xbox achievements websites. You are muted.
True Achievements was built first, right?
Yes.
And then you had the rest of the industry copy.
I thought XboxAchievements.org was first.
Oh, it might have been, but True Achievements won the battle. I'll put it that way. They won the general recognition of being the achievement website fight.
Yeah.
And then that company went and built True Trophies and yada yada yada. So it might just simply be a, like you say, yeah, that was the OG. So the OG has the most users registered. The end. But
yeah, I wouldn't use that so much as a guide. Having said that, despite all the hoopla, I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 actually sold a ton of copies on PlayStation.
No.
I don't think, despite
it's a niche
the hoopla.
genre of game.
Very much so.
It's a PC genre. It's like Cyberpunk, where Cyberpunk sold a lot, but it was mostly on PC because that was a PC dev, and that's where people know them. And they're just
Cyberpunk's still a first-person shooter,
and it still sold
in the end
most of its copies on PC because they're just that is the dev.
I know.
And all of this focus, like we did have it in our news thingy, but I didn't see it worthwhile. But just as a caveat, even though Baldur's Gate 3 is on all platforms in terms of hours played, Starfield has it beat. Just saying.
In the similar time window, because Starfield had 2 more weeks or like 3 more weeks of time, but Baldur's Gate released like 3 weeks earlier. So, but yeah, it was more. It's one of those weird things. They're both extremely successful, and they shouldn't constantly be put against each other. But it's just what people constantly do to try and say, well, Starfield was a bomb. And it's like, no, it wasn't. It had a great launch. You don't like it, that's fine. You don't have to make up history.
Could you imagine if Baldur's Gate 3 ended up selling just as much, if not more, on Xbox? That would be a yikes.
Well, that's one of the things that came out with a lot of the PlayStation news is that they have the bigger customer base that spends less. Like Nintendo's customer base is fervent and buys a ton of shit. Xbox's customer base is really good about buying a lot of stuff per console sale, and PlayStation's is not as performant per console sale for customer.
But that's because they're the default.
Yeah, they have more
console.
casual. Yeah, and while Nintendo's
that's
casual,
what I mean. They've always
Nintendo is also
in a
more
different way.
Yeah, they're first party focused. So even if you're not buying as much, they get more of it because it's all theirs.
Casual is the wrong word for Nintendo. It's not casual as in casual
Nostalgic.
video game player.
Yeah.
It's like PlayStation is the default casual gamer console, as in I just play FIFA and COD every day. That casual
The FIFA
gamer.
version on
PlayStation's
Switch,
been-
incredible.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat 11 on
so
Switch?
yeah, Baldur's Gate 3.
1.
I would be very curious to see that split on Baldur's Gate. I wonder if they'll give it. DeoGame, Happy New Year. My question this week is regarding the Zenimax Roadmap. On the roadmap, a generic license title was on the list, with similar revenue projections to indie. Do you think this was Blade or something else, especially since Dishonored 3 was on the list, but could be made by Austin? It's funny, I looked back through I can't remember if it was a rumor mill. I think it was when I said, I don't know if it was a rumor mill or part of the discussion of the FTC leagues. And remember that I said that I had heard that licensed title was under the Disney banner?
Yes. Yeah.
And then Blade.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard Blade back then. Don't get me wrong. My source wouldn't tell me it was Blade or whatever. But all they said was it's under the Disney banner. And then we got Blade.
Lucky guess.
Funny that. So yes, I do think it was Blade. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes
Most
total
likely.
sense why it would be that.
Yep.
By the
Because
way-
Blade and Indie probably will sell similarly.
Mhm.
Indie's not a big IP anymore.
No.
So
If
Especially
the
with that
game's
sucky
really
movie.
good and they're able to push it in the Uncharted way, I
Yeah.
think it could get that revival. Because the movie was about a very old man being old a lot.
yes, a
And-
terrible movie.
It was a really good movie. But the game is going to be him at his,
Shite.
at his prime.
Peak.
You're an Archimedes hater. I know you. All right. Next question is allowed to be this long once again because thank you to this supporter.
Executive producer Lawpel. Happy New Year, all. Nick, stop spying on me on Patreon. What do you mean? I have to check the Patreon.
He's always watching. He's always
I have to
watching.
check. And yes, I will openly admit that I do check who leaves and joins and rejoins and leaves. And
It's interesting.
yeah, I get sad when I
He
see
came back
people.
with a vengeance, though, because remember,
Yes.
Lawpel left and he's back.
Yeah, he's left a couple of times.
He's back, baby.
I do. I get sad when I see patrons cancel. I'm not going to lie about that. I do. I get sad
Nick,
when I see it.
he
'cause
breaks
I'm
out
like,
the cat of
what-
nine tails, just starts whipping himself. He's like, "What did I do?
What did we do wrong? What did we do wrong? Anyway, a couple of questions. One, to me, it seems podcasters and game reviewers will judge a game if the game runs at 60 FPS, how smooth combat is, how good the story is, how the game looks, and a bunch of other stuff. But I hardly ever read or heard of anyone judging the game by if they had fun playing the game. Have you guys noticed the same thing? My PC broke. Wanted to ask this back with the Game Awards. Sorry for being late. I'll go to the other two questions and then we can just answer them.
yeah.
2, what is your favorite comfort food? 3, are you guys going to have a guest on your 300th episode?
Oh.
I think it'd be cool having people on to give Nick a bigger head.
I presume he
I'm
means
gonna-
200.
Does he mean, maybe he means 200, but he
imagine
could have
I
edited
presume he
that and he
means
didn't.
I mean, we probably should have a guest, right?
We'll try.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. I'm pulling for you guys to be able to have this as a full-time job. You all deserve it. And thank all that work behind the scenes. Yeah, hopefully. One day.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely
now-
we would love to have a guest, but nothing is
Again,
nothing's concrete yet.
Yeah.
I think that reverse Xbox tax is in play with those game reviews. I think Xbox games get reviewed that way. If they're actually fun and do they hold 60? What's the performance like? I think Xbox games get reviewed that way. And again, as they should. That's not a bad thing. The problem is the other two don't really get that. Like, we don't
Most-
hear much about shitty performance on those games.
For
Even if
certain
it
ones
exists.
with Nintendo, we definitely do, but they have golden, they have sacred cows that will get just, oh, this is just so fun. I'm not going to talk about how Tears of the Kingdom, you can barely see anything. It's so fucking fuzzy on the Switch. Because that game, they sent me a code and I played and I was like, this is very fun. I would like to play more of this if I could see it because it is so friggin' fuzzy. So like, it's like, yeah, I'm just going to
Apparently,
play it on PC.
apparently one of the latest Pokemon games has horrible performance.
Yeah.
Like
that did get it
atrocious.
knocked. That one did not review well because of how it's hideous and runs horribly.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently I haven't played it. I've only played Shield, but apparently it's really bad. It's sort of like Digital Foundry. Like, I feel like Digital Foundry do great work, right? And they work very hard. You know what I don't like? The but. So people like to celebrate when the PS5 gets a quote-unquote win because a handful of tiny sequences have more stable 60 FPS performance. But you know what caveat they seem to leave out of that? What resolution is that running at? Because, resolution was all the rage with Xbox One and PS4.
We are in the post-resolution
And-
era.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's fine to say, oh, the PS5 has better performance in this game for 4 seconds in this one scene in a 50-hour game. But the reason it has that better performance is because it's running at a lower resolution because it wouldn't be able to handle the game.
There were some
higher
interesting things
resolution.
with their Cyberpunk video where not only is the resolution like effectively 30% higher, But there's like level of detail differences between PlayStation and Xbox as well, because you can see certain scenes where buildings show in the background on Xbox, but they're not there on PlayStation. So it's definitely not a one-for-one setting comparison, because they don't have that, full control like you do on PC.
Yeah,
No, that's right.
I don't mind the tech comparison, or rather the tech overview. I think the comparisons are worthless. Like, I don't. There's no value in them for me. Like, let's pit this game up against this game. Let's compare and then have a winner.
Did you watch the hour of Gran Turismo versus Forza?
No, I don't give a shit. But like that I see no value in. I get it. It's entertaining content and list war shit. I much prefer the videos where they're like, the Hi-Fi Rush one's a really good one actually for Digital Foundry, where they actually are like, here's why this is so cool. And they talk about the actual technology and the design intent behind why the game looks the way it does and how it performs and how everything's on the beat and the frame timing. And that's interesting to me. But the whole comparative nature misses what games are about for me. Like, that's just me.
Well, the original intention was so that you were getting the best version of a multiplat. So if you were, the irony is the number of people that own multiple consoles is quite small, which is quite funny in and of itself.
Yeah.
But that was, I think, its original intention. Hey, make sure you're getting the best. This is the best possible version. Yeah. It's hit that point now where the differences are so minimal in the real world. Like, the reality of the situation is that the differences are quite minimal, especially with the weaker console being the lead platform.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna, like, if PlayStation 5, which is factually the weaker console, continues to be the lead platform, the differences are going to continue to be minimal, and you're also going to see these wins going to the PS5 for that reason.
Maybe that's why they're going to port Xbox games over there, because Xbox is the lead platform. It's going to kick their ass. Yeah.
But that's why it's like, it just, yeah.
I
it's
hate
this
to do
weird
this.
spot that they're in. What?
I know we're coming up on 3 hour show. I have to pee. Like, there's no getting away from
I didn't
it.
make it a big announcement.
Coming up, did you say coming up? Did you say coming up on 3 hours? We're coming up on 4.
That's probably why I need to pee. Right. Yeah. Yes, we are.
He always makes big announcements. I just went and did it. I'm already done.
All right. Well, I want to share with the audience. That's where I'm going.
Oh, ew.
Love you.
Favorite comfort food. Think about
it.
A good ribeye steak.
But steak's not something you have often. I feel like comfort food is something you would have regularly.
British, they love their meat and potatoes.
I do. I take pride in the quality of steak that I cook. If you want me to pick something more beige...
I didn't say your steak is bad. I just said, how often do you have a steak?
Often. But okay, as a comfort food, beef ragu. There you go. Is that better? You right with that?
Macca's.
Although
I love Macca's.
My missus is a vegetarian, but when she was a meat eater 10, 15 years ago, she loved Big Macs. Big Macs were her thing. So I earned some serious brownie points today, bro. Like max brownie points. We went to Macca's, took the kids for lunch, right? I went over to the counter rather than do the auto service, and I went, look, can you give me? I'll pay for them. I want 2 McPlants, but with no buns and no sauce, just the meat patties. And then I want a Big Mac with no meat in it. Like everything else, have all the sauce and all the fillings. And then I will construct a Big Mac McPlant.
Yeah.
I brought it over to her and she was just like, oh my God, this is like...
But why do you need to construct it? Can't you just tell your Macca's to put the plant-based meat?
No,
we can't do that for
Australian
you.
Macca's do. Australian Macca's do that.
They're good like that then.
Australian McDonald's now has officially done the chicken Big Mac, where they just put the McChicken patty in the Big Mac. But people in Australia for years have just asked for it, which is why I think Macca's here is just doing it officially. Yeah. But if you were to come here and go, can I please have a plant-based patty Big Mac, our Macca's will just do it.
Yeah,
that's if you ask for it, they'll just do it.
They made me pay for 2 McPlants and a Big Mac.
No.
So that I could
they'll just do it.
They probably just pocketed all that extra money.
Anyway, I'll be back in a sec.
Go piss.
Okay, and are we going to have a guest for episode, I assume, 200? Yeah,
We
we'll
would
try.
very much like to try, and for me in comfort food, because you guys go on so long, I have to think
Yep.
about it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I would actually, one thing we have all the time, because it's one of my favorites, it'd just be tacos. I really like tacos. So if I'm having a shitty day, I'll go to the store, I'll buy the stuff, I'll make them. It's 3-4 times a month.
I feel bad that I don't like Mexican food because of my first ever experience being a bad one.
Mm.
And now, like, you know, when you have that first experience with something and it's...
Australian Mexican food? I hear it's terrible in Europe.
I
good in
couldn't tell
Australia?
you because I don't have it. So the first time I ever had tacos was years ago. And we had them at home. Years and years, and like nearly 20 years ago. And the first time I ever had them, I don't know what went wrong, but I ended up throwing up.
Mm.
And ever since then, now I just can't go near Mexican food.
If you ever go
because
to
of that experience.
if you ever did end up going to Las Vegas or LA or something, just try it. If you can force yourself to give it a go, it's some of the best food on the planet.
I went to Guzmán Gomez. Do you guys have Guzmán Gomez?
Never heard of it.
Or is that an Australian thing? Oh wow! So we have a Mexican takeaway joint. They call themselves Healthy Takeaway, and they're called Guzmán Gomez. And I went there, and it wasn't bad. It actually wasn't bad. I had this
They
chicken
have a
soft
.com, so
taco
maybe they're in
thing.
America.
I love a good burrito. There's a place it used to be on Cannon Street in London called Chilango's. I think it's like a chain. There's a few other ones, but it was like you go there and you just be like, yeah, I'll have some steak, some chicken, some black beans. I'll have some roasted peppers, rice, a bit of sauce, massive burrito, and you just be like, oh, lovely.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
They're
Lovely.
only in Illinois, in America.
Guzmán Gomez.
Yeah, they're in one
Interesting.
state.
That is weird. And when you hear them, they sound American when they talk. When you hear them on their ads, they sound American.
They're in
so
4 countries.
Like,
United States, Australia, Singapore, and Japan.
wow! And they've got a lot of shops here in Australia.
Yeah, they've got 4 in America.
And their ads, and in their ads, they're like, "Love ya, at the end of their ads. Okay. Next question. Assassin Entertainment. So anyone watching that lives in Illinois, check out Guzmán Gomez. That's Chicago's in Illinois, isn't it?
Yeah, they are Australian. They have come to America.
Really?
Mhm.
Interesting.
Founded in 2006
All
in New South Wales. Sorry.
Ah, New South Wales. Interesting. But I reckon the two blokes that started it are originally from the US, just judging by their accents. So I reckon
find
they're
out.
originally from the US, came to Australia, started Guzmán Gomez, and then
Founded
took the store
in
back
Sydney
to the
in
US.
2006 by New York City duo Stephen Marks and Robert Hazan.
Told ya. I could tell from their
Not even
accent in the
Mexican.
ads. They have American accents. Yeah, they have American accents. So how funny is that? From the US, come to Australia and start a food chain and then take the food chain back to the US. Okay. Assassin Entertainment. Hello, John, Nick, Jesse, and chat. Hello, John, Jeez, Nick, and chat. Sounds like Microsoft is planning to start the year off strong with another developer direct in the next
Are
couple of
they?
weeks.
They're on fire.
My question to you, gents, is: do we really think Microsoft will just show off about Hellblade 2, Flight Sim, and Towerborn, or could something else pop up, like the rumored Double Fine game Kiln, or could it just be the next ESO expansion? Personally, I hope it's South of Midnight. That game seems closer to release than what everyone believes. Ready to start the year off strong, so let's jump in. Yeah, well, the rumor is Kiln. That's the rumor.
I also think the early developer direct would not be stuff in the second half of the year because that's E3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I wouldn't put Avowed
yeah,
or South of Midnight in there because I don't think they'd be first half.
Probably not.
Yeah. I think Hellblade
Um,
is first half of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But then if Kiln was there, does that mean Kiln is coming out? So is Kiln a shadow drop?
Who knows? Guess we'll find out.
I think if stuff is there, it's sooner than it's by June, most likely.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see.
Hopefully.
It'll only be the second one, so we don't have a lot to go on yet.
so
I
Hell's
hope
yeah,
Gears-
South of Midnight.
I hope Gears Collection is there. I just want them to hurry up and announce it, just so I can be left alone, so this pain
And
can end.
people asking, yes, we would be looking to co-stream the developer direct if it is announced anytime soon.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah.
Or you'd be square.
I don't know. It'll probably be at 3 a.m. for me. So,
Yeah, it's the worst time possible for you. It's like 1 p.m. my time.
Okay. 99 Rukin. Hello. Hope your New Year's was good. My question, should there be more collections like Halo MCC, Crash Insane Trilogy, Spyro, and Rumored Gears? Like what you want? Like what would you want? I would want COD collection for Black Ops 1 to 3 with World at War and Modern Warfare 1 to 3 with Infinite. Yeah, I think collections are good. I wish Microsoft would do more of them. I like them. Like I
would like
the
a Fable
God
one.
of War collection on.
Yeah, I'd like a.
I'd really like
redone Fable.
Yeah.
Fable on PC too, because it's not there at all. So
Yeah.
that's the best thing with collections. Why I don't mind like Last of Us and other stuff, because it's getting them onto PC finally. So
Yeah, if you've got more than 3 games in a franchise or a series, why not have a collection? I think
or
it's good.
at least 3.
But it
That's
depends
what I
what
said.
that
If you've got
collection
3 or
is.
more.
Oh, you said
Is it
more
just a
than 3.
bundle of the games, or is it
Oh,
a redone, remastered, all bells and whistles, singing and dancing collection? Because I think there's, if it's just bundling the games, and that's the reality. Is like, what is the real value in remaster, especially for games with extensive multiplayer? Like, are you going to go out and remaster every map and then rebuild the net code and blah 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 blah? Probably not. But single player collections for franchises like that, I think are a good thing. And I'd love to see more of them if they're all redone and tightened up and made pretty. I'm all for it.
oh, interesting. Okay. Yes, I'd like more. A COD one could be full on. So many COD games. Good old Collingwood. Happy New Year, John, Nick, and Jeez. So after the purchase of Bethesda was finalized, there was a surprise roundtable between Xbox and Bethesda senior executives. After the completion of Activision Blizzard King, people were wondering if there would be a similar roundtable. This was put aside while Bobby Kotick was still at Activision, and it looked bad for Phil Spencer to be seen on the same platform as Kotick. Well, Kotick has sailed off in his $1 million yacht like Charles Lawton's Bligh sailed off from the HMS Bounty in the classic movie Mutiny on the Bounty. Do you feel that a roundtable is on the cards? If you do, will it be before the rumored developer direct, over a week, the same week, or after? Nick, by the way, have you watched Krapopolis? I just googled Krapopolis. Set in mythical ancient Greece, the series centers on a flawed family of humans, gods, and monsters that tries to run one of the world's first cities without killing each other. Tyrannus, the mortal son. Okay, interesting. It started in September last year, so it's very new. I have not heard of it or seen it, but I'm now interested.
Time to watch. Yeah, go check it out.
Yeah, I'm interested now. Yeah.
I don't know that they have
in
a
answer to this question.
go
I
on.
don't think a round table's on the cards.
It's very different executive structure, and that executive structure is still leaving by like May or something. So
Yeah,
I'm unsure. Wouldn't expect it, but
yeah. And equally, like with Bethesda, you had known Rockstar developers like Tom Howard, and you had known Todd. Sorry, and you had known PR faces like Pete Hines, right?
get
And
Mikey
I don't
Barr and
feel
Rod
like-
Ferguson in. Boom.
Yeah, to a degree for Blizzard.
That would only be
but-
Blizzard because it is.
Exactly.
It would you
like,
bring in King? Like it's a different dynamic.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be a round table like in that regard. But yeah, hey, who knows? Who knows?
We're 6 days into 2024, and people are already getting impatient about getting a BK game. So hopefully soon.
Yeah.
They've been. I think Microsoft has been back at work for like a day or two. So sure, it's almost done.
Yeah. It's from one of the makers of Rick and Morty.
Oh, there you go. Not the Sex Pest
Krapopolis.
maker though.
Harmon,
I don't know. Harmon.
Dan Harmon, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The good
Dan
one.
Harmon. You see,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never seen Rick
Probably
and Morty.
not.
I've seen a couple
I
of
just
episodes
assume
here
they're
and
all
there, but pretty much all celebrities are bad. Just it takes
Except for
longer
Tom
for it
Hanks.
to come out.
But then his son was bad. So there you go.
Oh,
Was he?
Look up Chet Hanks.
Okay.
He's hilarious.
Oh, Chet Hanks. Yeah. Last question.
Whoa,
At the
last
4-hour mark. Ooh.
question.
LeeLayfield. Question. What movie/TV IP do you think would convert well to a strategy game like Age of Empires? I'd like to see another Aliens versus Predator RTS like that from the PS2 era. Also, he's probably cheating on me as every Sunday morning he's gone for 4 hours. Me, oh man, Nick, Sick, and Jesse are smashing it. What?
He's basically saying like he disappears to watch the show, and he's making the joke of like his missus is like, where does he go?
Oh,
And
God.
he's just like, yeah, these guys are doing really good.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's an out here. I'd love to see Starship Troopers as an RTS.
Ooh, that could work.
It could really work.
Yeah,
Come
that could
on,
work.
Marines, you want to live forever?
I always thought an
Yeah,
RTS
yeah.
for like Game of Thrones.
That's actually a really good suggestion.
would have worked, but it's
Thanks.
been done. Starship Troopers is more
What?
fun than Game of Thrones. I think it could
Yeah,
have
yeah,
worked.
that would.
It would be more familiar territory than the more science fiction-y side, but I think it
No,
could
but
work pretty well.
Starship Troopers really works because you've got the brain alien, which then sends out all the different types of insects and bugs and whatever. I reckon that would really work.
Yeah.
Starship
fun.
Troopers. How has no one thought of that? Now that I think about it, how has no one thought of that?
What if it was Game of Thrones? What if it was an RTS Game of Thrones, but it's a mix of Age of Empires and Crusader Kings? Is anyone who's played Crusader Kings? That game, that would be perfect for that.
The thing is, it's just another medieval, but maybe with some.
But
dragons.
it's got an IP, so you get more people to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the only thing. Like,
But
I feel like with Starship Troopers, it's a little bit more like you could have some real crazy.
There's a
out there bullshit.
lot of science fiction RTS games too.
Yeah.
Yeah, God, Starship Troopers. That would
There you
really
go.
work.
Yeah, I mean, you're mostly just talking about
really good.
StarCraft. Like,
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, but it's about tying an IP to it.
I know that's what I'm saying, but it's also the same thing with like a Game of Thrones. But I want multi-genre. I want the RTS and the weird incest fucking Crusader King stuff melded together because that fits Game of Thrones. You could marry your 9-year-old niece in that game, Crusader Kings. It's fucking weird and cool, but bad to do that. Don't.
Yeah, don't do that, kids.
Alien versus Predator is a good one too.
Yeah, that could work.
Although the only problem is Predators, like the Predators aren't, I mean, they are a race, but like
They're not.
we only ever see
work
them
together.
Yeah, we only ever see them as a single predator that comes down to hunt.
Yeah.
We're Alien, yes, you could see a whole bunch of xenomorphs, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe there should be an Alien versus
I don't think
Predator
many people know
game.
what Crusader Kings really is.
They probably don't. But maybe an Alien versus Predator game would work as a small horde mode game where you are a predator just taking on waves of aliens. Oh, that could be fun.
Yeah.
Like a just a small self-contained horde mode game where it's just waves of aliens.
Kind of like
coming at you.
We Are Billions or whatever that one was. Where it's all about just
And
this
you're just a
enormous
predator,
horde.
and you're armed
Yeah.
with your laser and your claws and your this and your that. I reckon that could be fun. Could be fun.
If you don't know what Crusader Kings is, look it up. It takes real history, like things that happen, like 8-year-olds get married in human history. Not always the wedding bed type, just the literal, the title. I am now married to you for our royal partnership for when I'm an adult type of stuff. It's a really, they don't give. It's one of those they just don't give a shit. They're going to be realistic about history type of games, and it is something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's it. That's the end of community questions.
Yeah.
We did it.
We're
That's
at the end
it.
of the
Oh,
show.
God.
So to get
4
back
hours.
on the Hi-Fi Rush topic, I was going to say
Yes.
No. I want to go to bed. Chat, thank you for hanging out. It has been a really fun show with lots and lots of discussion and shenanigans and a good time. And it's been nice. You know, most people have been well behaved, but yeah, it's it. It's the end of the show. We're at the end of the journey. Next week, there'll be more video games to play. There'll be reviews for
next week. We
new
get to talk about
Metroidvanias.
Prince of Persia.
Yes.
It's one we get to say.
Right.
January 11th at noon Eastern. My premiere is already set for the review. That's already done. I've beaten the game.
Yep.
Be there, be square. I'll hang out and chat.
Yeah, it's all good fun. yeah, other than that, thank you as always for your support, and we hope you've enjoyed the new intro. It's going to be weird seeing that be played again.
We'll have a
as
new
the
going live next
outro.
week too.
Yeah, we've got to get the new logo in. We've got to get
Loads
all that
to do.
stuff.
Loads to do. But we'll be back. We'll be back as always next week. Until then, stay safe, play video games, have fun, try not to kill each other about Xbox's exclusivity mandates. And
Look, Xbox is eventually going away, but until then, enjoy it while we have
you
it.
can. You know.
Enjoy it while we have
third
it.
party era.
It says down there, third party for now.
Xbox dead era.
Yeah.
Yes.
We will finally
We'll
become
see you next
Nintendo
week.
era. That's the only way you get to
Yeah, that's right.
Next
I will
plan
have
comes
my-
to fruition.
Have my time. Excellent.
Bye, folks. See you next week.
Okay. Ciao for now.
I mean, I caught myself back on the stream. They can hear me now. Hi, everyone. See you next week.